Well, good evening. It is so wonderful to have you back once again. This week we have some narrated horror stories having to do with airports. When traveling in airports, please be cautious because of all the terrible things that can happen to you. And with that being said, grab yourself a snack, sit back and relax, and hope that tonight will not be your last.
So I was flying back to Texas, wildly hungover and miserable and completely drained. I had a flight from LA to Dallas and then a quick hop to Austin from there. I was seated by the window on the left side where there are only 2 seats. Seated in the aisle seat was a middle-aged woman, totally unremarkable, just your average Texan mom. We made polite small talk for a few minutes, but I really felt like doing nothing but curling up in a ball against the wall and passing out. So shortly after takeoff, I put my headphones on and started watching a movie on my iPod until I fell asleep. Throughout the movie, I thought I noticed her trying to look over my shoulder and watch the movie too, and then mumbling something like, "Oh, great, just ignore me." Eventually, I noticed her furiously scribbling writing in the margins of a beat-up leather-bound book. I kept peeking over at it, seeing that the entire book was filled with unintelligible chicken scratch and pretty much every bit of available space in the margins. I also noticed it was an Alcoholics Anonymous book. Whatever, I thought, just someone with some issues. I eventually fell asleep. I wake up and we're landing in Dallas. People start getting off the plane. Lady makes zero effort to start packing her things up or get ready to go. She keeps sitting there scribbling in her book. As I said, I'm wildly hungover and kind of cranky and have no patience for anything that's prolonging the time I have to spend on an airplane. It gets to our row and it's her turn to move onto the aisle, and again she does not move at all. The rows behind us now start to leave. I finally say to her, "Hey, I've got a connection to catch, so I have to get moving here," gesturing towards the aisle and standing up. She laughs, shakes her head, and looks up at me and says, "Oh no, no, you aren't going anywhere." I was so confused. My mind was not at its sharpest that day. I responded with, "I assure you, I am going somewhere. I'm getting off this plane now." She shook her head again and said, "But you promised me you'd never leave me." Now, other people who are leaving the plane are looking at this exchange, also baffled. And I make eye contact with a few people giving that, "Can you believe this?" type of look, before just shoving my way out of the row saying, "Nope, I certainly never said that. I'm leaving now." As I went past her, she sighed and said, "Well, I guess I gotta go with you then." At which point she stands up behind me, leaving her purse and book and all of her belongings on the plane, and follows me. All through the tunnel and through the terminal, up the escalator, this woman follows at my heels, grinning like a mad person the entire time. I'm walking fast, but she is right on my heels. I didn't say anything at first, and my mind kept saying, "Why is this happening now? Of all the days." I just did not want to deal with whatever the hell breakdown this woman was having. Not with the way I was feeling. I eventually get to the waiting area for the monorail to the next terminal where my connecting flight is, and she slides up right next to me, still grinning. At this point I say, "Alright, seriously, why are you following me like this?" Her response this time, "Because I love you, and you promised me you would never be apart from me." I laughed nervously and looked around at the strangers also waiting for the train, making sure I loudly announced, "No, I did not promise that. I have no idea who you are." The train arrives. I get on. She obviously follows me. Now she's trying to hold my hand. I'm moving around the monorail car, texting the girl I was seeing at the time about what is going on, and how I'm actually kind of terrified by this woman. My phone was at 1% though, and died before I could get a response. I was actually getting severely creeped out by this woman. Her eyes were completely vacant. There was just nothing but emptiness in her stare. She didn't blink. Coupled with her unyielding grin, I was becoming sure it was only a matter of time before she snapped and proceeded to stab me or shove me down an escalator or something. She's still grabbing at my hand and following me as I shove around the tiny train car, and I announce to the other strangers, "I have no idea who this woman is. Seriously, can anyone get a hold of security or something?" But everyone responded with silence. Nobody else wanted to deal with this either. I felt like I was the crazy one now, making random statements to a train full of strangers. We finally get to the other terminal. I nearly run to my gate, with her right behind me still. Still saying things like, "You can't get away from me this time." I get to the gate and spend a moment scanning the crowd. I see a woman in what looks to be a police uniform waiting. And I say, "Excuse me, are you security or police?" You see, this lady, but she just shakes her head at me. Everyone in the crowd just does their best to ignore us. You would be amazed at how hard it is to find security or police in a damned airport. Finally, I go up to the desk and shamelessly interrupt the agent standing there. Doing my best to maintain composure, I put on a half smile and explain to them. "Hi there, so this woman standing right next to me here, I have no idea who she is, and she's been following me for quite some time." Both the agents laugh. The male one likes to make a comment. "Oh, long vacation, huh? Seriously, what can I help you with?" The crazy lady laughed with them, rolling her eyes at my absurd assertion that I did not know her. I chuckled, shook my head, and said again, "No, I mean it. I have no idea who this woman is." They finally saw the desperation in my eyes and the seriousness of my tone, and their smiles faded. Can we see your boarding passes?" I handed him mine. She produced hers from her pocket as I continued explaining. She was on my previous flight. She even left her purse on that plane, all the way in the other terminal. The agents speak with themselves off to the side for a moment while I completely ignore the woman, just swatting away her hand as she tries to hold mine for the 100th time. The agents make a few quick and hushed calls, and then come back over and just say, "Come with me." They immediately whisk me through the door and slam it on my pursuer, and I'm loaded onto the plane about 10 minutes before any other passenger, as a stream of staff filters each one by offering a new apology. Eventually, the rest of the passengers get on, and they all shoot me glances as they pass my row. Some of sympathy, some of sheer confusion. The man who sits behind me asks me, "Hey man, what was that?" I gave him the brief version, and he tells me, "She had a complete and total meltdown on the second you got on the plane. Screaming, tearing her hair out, pounding her feet. They took her away in handcuffs. You really didn't know her?" Nope, I didn't. To this day, I still wonder all the time what the hell was going on with that woman. I barely even have told this story to many of my friends because it's just so unbelievable. I never received any other information about the incident, never learned who she was or why she thought I promised her anything, let alone eternal companionship and love. To this day, when I think about the look in her eyes when she said, "You promised me you'd never leave me," my skin crawls. So weird. Just this past summer, my younger sister and I went to visit family and friends out of state. My sister at the time was 16 and I'm 18. Okay, we arrive at the local airport and my parents, of course, freak out and worry and then send us off. We went to our local airport, which is pretty small. My sister and I find our gate and we had at least an hour before our flight, because it kept getting delayed due to an emergency landing. Anyway, we were just sitting around literally on our own. The airport really isn't big at all. Once you get through security, you make a left to where some gates are, or a right to where the other gates are, and they have a few shops and restaurants in between the gates. We were at the closest gate possible to where all the restaurants and stuff were located, and had to be like 3 other gates down past us. So we were sitting alone, and our flight really didn't have many people, and we were extremely early. I'm on the floor charging my phone while watching Netflix, and my sister is on a chair next to me. Some older guy just sat right across from us. Mind you, all the other seats around were empty. The dude himself reminded me of the murderer from The Lovely Bones, except way skinnier. Like, oddly skinny. So my sister and I are doing small chats in between watching our shows, and we keep hearing the announcements about our flight. And we both keep cracking jokes and making comments like we always do and just mess around. Common for 2 teenage girls. Almost every single thing we say this guy laughs at. I mean, I know when we're together we're funny, but he would laugh at things like, "Do you want water?" or, "Wow, this is taking a while." Like, not even remotely a joke. I personally am a very alert person and get paranoid easily, especially since I read these stories so often, like I'm always aware of my situation. So I keep an eye on this dude, and as he kept watching my sister and I, mostly my sister. I'm on my phone watching Netflix, and all of a sudden my sister texts me and says, "I think this guy is taking pictures of me." I didn't even say anything back. I was a little shocked. I texted back, "Are you sure?" And she said yes. That's when my full crazy sister mode went out. My sister and I are extremely close. I would give my life for her, and I don't put up with anything. Neither does she. She's very feisty, but I could tell she was scared. As soon as I looked up to give this guy a piece of my mind, he just got up and left. He looked like he was about to shit a ton of bricks. I turned to my sister, asking her what happened, and she said she was on her phone and looked up to see him with his phone tilted right at her. I said, well, maybe he wasn't taking pictures, but she said she could tell just based off the way he was acting. Like a teenage girl who's trying to secretly take a picture of a cute boy or something and isn't being discreet about it. After talking to her about it, I was angry. Like, who even are you taking pictures of a 16-year-old? I got up and walked down the gates the direction the guy went in. I walked up to our section of gates at least 5 times and he was nowhere. I couldn't find him. We texted our mom and she freaked out, telling us to tell the ladies that check our tickets and find a security guard, but I just let it go considering the fact that I couldn't even find the guy myself. The weirdest part beside him taking pictures was when my sister and I boarded that flight. The man did not. he did not return to our gate and wasn't even on our flight, so he was just sitting right across from us for literally no reason other than to be a weirdo. I had a 2.5 hour layover in Salt Lake City before I would fly out to Montana. During that time, I kept myself occupied by sitting alone somewhat close to where my gate was and charging my phone while browsing Facebook. I was sitting at a table up against the wall where you could look out the window and see the plains. There were tables lined up all against this wall, and they were mostly filled with one or two people, and there were large decorative plants between every couple tables. As I was sitting there, this man approached me, probably in his mid-20s. He wasn't very tall, had a long, dark coat on, and carried only a backpack. And there was something very off about his demeanor. I didn't notice until I looked him in the eyes and saw that they were not aligned. Knowing how people can't help how they look, I was friendly when he said hello and introduced himself. He held out 2 of his fingers so I could shake them, which was already odd. He sat down at one of the chairs facing me and put his backpack on the ground against the chair leg. He kept pointing out at the airplanes and muttering numbers under his breath, either about the model they were or God knows what. His voice was slurred and difficult to understand. I smiled politely and pretended to be interested and then resumed scrolling through my phone. He then told me I was beautiful and asked if I had a boyfriend. I said yes, and he asked if we lived together. I said no and told him I was on my way to see him. This guy asked where my boyfriend is, and I told him he's in Montana for school. Never once did I tell this guy where I'm from. He asked if we're doing long distance, and I said yes, knowing it's only temporary until my boyfriend graduates in the summer. The guy then proceeded to tell me I'm wasting my time and money doing long distance, and even goes as far to say that we will break up. This made me pretty angry because this guy knew nothing about our situation, and I had no business telling me about my relationship. I looked him in the eye and told him to leave. He asked why, and I told him I don't want him there. He kept trying to say crap about my relationship, and I kept firmly asking him to leave, getting to the point where I was panicking and yelling. People walking by were starting to look over at us, which made me even more nervous because I don't like to draw attention to myself in public. The guy finally picked up his bag and told me he will leave. And as well, he doesn't know why I'm mad. He reached his 2 fingers out so I could shake them goodbye, and I screamed, "Don't touch me." He told me I'm being stupid as he stood up, and the last thing he said before he walked away was, "Good luck on the breakup." I told him to shut up, and he said something I don't remember as he walked away. I immediately called my boyfriend crying and told him what happened, and then called my mom. My mom said I should have gotten up and walked away, and if he followed me, I could have gotten security. In the moment, it's hard to remember your options. Later on, as I walked to my gate, I saw him talking to another girl sitting by herself and introducing himself in the same odd way. I have no idea why he was doing this in an airport. I don't want to assume any mental problems this guy would have had or if he was under the influence of something, but this terrified me. My boyfriend and I are still happily together, so suck it, creepy airport guy. This took place back in March when I was 19 years old. It was the end of spring break, and I was returning to Texas from California. I had just spent my vacation with my sister in San Francisco. Every college kid counts down the days until spring break, and my vacation had gone rather well. However, I was slightly okay with returning to the essays and research papers because I missed my friends, my bed, and my cat. I was flying alone, something I don't like doing for multiple reasons, and had only one layover in Dallas. I don't like traveling alone because I've had some bad experiences, and I happen to look a lot younger than 20. Most often, people say I look 13 or 14 at the most. I've always hated this about myself, but I'm told I'll be grateful when I'm older. As of now, it's just immensely frustrating. The last time I was on a plane by myself, the attendant thought I was a minor named Taylor. I quickly assured her I was not the minor in question. The time before that, I was asked to move away from the emergency exit because you have to be at least 16 to sit there. Anyways, my boyfriend was picking me up from the airport and I was excited. I wore the pink members only jacket he had bought for me and tried to look my best, which is pretty difficult to do when traveling. When the plane arrived in Dallas, we had some really terrible weather and the turbulence was scary. But no matter, I would soon be on another flight to Houston. I took the train around to the sea terminal and made my way to the gate, only to find that due to torrential rain and lightning, my flight had been canceled. I was crushed but determined, so I took my tickets to be exchanged for a later flight. It seemed many others had the same grievance and were opting to do the same. As I was standing there, a friendly-looking older man came up to stand behind me. "Are you alone?" he asked me. Everyone seemed to be conversing with one another, complaining about the weather and pondering their options to get home. It didn't seem like a big deal because strangers always seem to connect in situations like this one. We were all frustrated. I also felt safe in the crowded airport, so I answered him truthfully and continued to wait in the line. The man behind the counter said I was in luck as there was only 2 seats left on another flight to Houston, and that I could make it if I hurried. I rushed aboard the train to the A terminal to catch my new flight, and upon reaching the gate was faced with the same situation. This new flight had been canceled. The man from before had followed me to the gate and was in the same boat. I exchanged my tickets for a later flight and resolutely marched myself to the new gate, only to be told the same as before. This happened literally 2 or 3 more times, because I don't want to give up and literally had no other options. The man shadowed me during the entire ordeal, and I didn't really find it strange. We were just 2 individuals stranded in an airport. The last gate I went to, I noticed he was still following me. He walks over to me and begins to chat about what awful luck we're having. Someone eavesdropping nearby suggests that I rent a car. I politely tell them that I'm not old enough. The man smiles and says to me, "Well, I'm old enough to rent a car. How about this? I'll rent us one. You can sleep and I'll drive." I look at him and the way he's staring at me scares me. I finally begin to feel that something is off. I respond, "No, but thank you, I'm going pretty far." His smile falters for a moment, then he suggests that he buy me some food. I am starving, and I'm tempted. I hesitate for a moment, but then I remember a book I had read about a girl who was stolen from the airport after a man drugs her coffee. This gives me the strength to deny my grumbling stomach, which declines him again. He follows me, and I don't know why. He's already told me he's going to rent a car and leave. He points to a restaurant and says, "Ooh, how about this place?" He has this strange look on his face and is standing far too close to me. I shake my head and say, "I told you, I'm really not hungry." Lie. Big lie. I can smell something delicious and I almost give in. But my face does not betray my hunger and I keep my pace. Okay, what about burgers then? He looks a bit annoyed. This guy does not give up easy. I ignore him. This causes him to glare at me angrily and then walk away. I breathe a sigh of relief. I call my sister to tell her about him, not in a catty sort of way, just a, wow, that guy was persistent kind of thing. I settle into a chair thinking about my options. I feel pretty alone and worried. My latest ticket has me leaving around midnight, and it was about 9 p.m. at that point. I had been in the airport since 5 p.m. If this last flight didn't work out, I had no clue what I would do. I had no money for a hotel and didn't fancy sleeping in a chair. The last time I fell asleep in public, a lady tried to steal my backpack. But that's another story. I look up about 30 minutes later to see the same man walking towards me. I tuck my legs up in my chair nervously and pretend to play on my phone. "Hey there, still here?" he asks. He seems to have cooled down. I just stare at him. He clears his throat and tries again. "So I was thinking you should come stay at my aunt's house with me for the night. That's where I'm staying tonight. It wouldn't be a problem. You don't want to be in this airport all night, all alone." I shake my head and just say, "No, I'm fine," and then turn my attention back to my phone. I didn't even mean to make eye contact. I felt really uncomfortable. He tries to convince me, and I have to say no firmly several more times. He looks angry, really angry. His hands are clenched and his smile is obviously fake. It looks as if he will shatter his teeth if he clenches his jaw any tighter. I wonder to myself why he hasn't left the airport yet. Then I notice that his luggage is no longer with him. He was rolling it behind him and now he isn't. Where would he have put it if he hadn't left yet? And so much time has passed, why is he back here? As I'm thinking all this, he's just standing there and staring. After what feels like forever, he storms off again. I feel so anxious because of him that I grab my things and move to a different gate to wait. My phone was dying and I didn't want to be without it, so to charge it I had to plug it into the outlet in the floor. I curled up in the aisle between the chairs to wait. My sister called about an hour later, and I was talking to her telling her how creepy the dark weather outside looked, when I see him again. Walking around, glancing here and there in search of me. I hunched down even farther, but my pink jacket was like a beacon. He locked eyes with me, and I looked down. My sister said to stay on the phone, so I did. "Well, there you are," he says, not even acknowledging that I am in the middle of a phone call. I continue talking to my sister. When it becomes apparent that he isn't leaving and doesn't care that I'm on the phone, I finally look up. "So, you're still here. Look, you need to come with me. You can stay with me at my grandparents' tonight. They would love to have you. They don't mind me bringing you at all. Just come with me." I got chills. I don't know why, but something in his eyes told me he was lying through those shiny white teeth of his. "You said you were staying with your aunt." His face dropped. It went from cool and collected to something else. Not even anger this time, and not defeat either. Almost like amusement. Something like the cat that ate the canary. He shrugs his shoulders, like I tried, but we both recognize that he was caught in his lie. The entire time my sister is saying hello repeatedly, but I was just sort of shocked by how indifferent he was to me catching on to him. I go back to my conversation and he says, "If you change your mind," and lets the thought trail off while walking away backwards, eyes still on me. I call my boyfriend and tell him about each exchange, and he tells me to find a security guard. I look around for one but couldn't find one. It was creepy because I've never seen an airport so deserted. I end up just deciding to move again and lay down between two different aisles, out of view. A boy my age walks by and asks, "Why are you on the floor?" And I respond with, "Because I want to." He laughs and puts his hands up, the unspoken sign for, "Whoa, take it easy." I apologize for my gruffness and tell him that a man was making me nervous. He jokingly says he'll protect me, and because he seems harmless, I mention my boyfriend. I converse with him for a while. He tells me he saw me and wondered why the blonde girl looked so sad. A little while later, I am thankful I did not brush off this stranger because I see the man again walking around. We made eye contact, but he did not attempt to approach me because I was no longer alone. Maybe he was just some middle-aged man trying his luck at getting a girlfriend or something, but scaring someone isn't the way to do it. Even if he meant me absolutely no harm, he was too aggressive and angry. In January, I went to Washington, D.C. with some very close family friends. Coming from a town of about 11,000 people and never having been to a city, I was scared out of my mind that I'd get pickpocketed or mugged or something. Needless to say, I was relieved when the trip ended without any such incident. At the DC airport, our 6 a.m. flight back home was delayed 3 or 4 times due to the weather. By the time we finally got to the Denver airport, it was around midnight, preventing us from driving the rest of the way home that night, as we had originally planned. I refused to pee on airplanes unless absolutely necessary, so when we landed, I had to go. So, I, along with my friend's mom who also had to go, went to the restroom. When I came out of the stall, I noticed a security lady was now standing beside the door. I had heard no other footsteps come in the completely empty restroom. So this confused me a bit, but I just smiled at her and washed my hands. Approximately 10 seconds later, a toilet flushed. Instead of my friend's mom, it was a creepy-looking man with a black sweatshirt on, hood up. At the sight of the airport employee, he lowered his head and quickly walked out of the restroom. She followed him out, saying, "This is clearly marked as a woman's restroom." At the time, probably mostly due to sleep deprivation, I didn't think much of it. But the next day it really dawned on me. A man wearing a black sweatshirt with a hood up in a woman's restroom, which was marked as such with quite an enormous sign. It's midnight and the airport is practically deserted, plus he entered the restroom without a single sound, which for me was the worst part. I don't recall hearing any footsteps or extra sounds of urination or anything like that. So I honestly don't think he even used the restroom at all, rather just pretended by flushing the toilet. I repeatedly thanked that security guard for seeing this. I very well could have been kidnapped, murdered, who knows. He easily could have jumped me. I hadn't even looked up until the security guard spoke to him. But the second I did, I got a creepy vibe from him, and he didn't even really look at me. I never told any of my friends' family, but my mom may have. This happened years ago. I'm female, and at the time my sister and I were about 14 or 15. We had previously flown as unaccompanied minors for years without incident. This was the only remotely frightening encounter we've had. We were flying to Russia and had a layover in a major US airport. There were 2 hours left before boarding, but at the time we were waiting by the counter for sort out a paperwork issue. I was leaning against a pillar and chatting with my sister when a man stumbled into the gate. At first sight, he looked like the average 30-something Russian male. Close-cut brown hair, slightly balding, average height, wiry build. He was wearing black loafers, jeans, and a t-shirt with a denim jacket on top. None of this was unusual, but what drew my attention was that he had nothing with him except a single tennis racket. When he came a little closer, I realized the reason for his strange gait. Even from several feet away, I could tell that this guy had seriously overindulged in the duty-free liquor. I made some sort of stereotypical comment to my sister and dearly hoped I wouldn't have to sit next to him on the plane. The man continued his drunk shuffling until he and I expectedly locked eyes. He raised his head, broke out in a huge grin, and started walking towards us. This was where I started getting nervous because I could already tell that he was up to no good. He stopped and asked us, "Do you girls speak Russian?" Note that the girls is not synonymous with young woman in Russian, so he could clearly tell our age. I was going to pretend that I didn't speak Russian, but my sister slipped up and told him yes. His leer widened. He asked us if we lived in the vicinity of Moscow, to which we answered we did. At this point, he looked positively gleeful, which made me feel very uncomfortable. He then asked us if we had someone waiting to pick us up, and I profusely assured him that we did. The man, slightly crestfallen, replied, "That's a shame, but if you girls have any problems getting home, you can always come with me." I politely but firmly made it clear that we were not interested. He finally took the hint and left. My sister and I exchanged disgusted looks and had an awkward laugh. The lady at the counter, who had witnessed the whole exchange, seemed worried for us and made sure that we were all right. After she finished our paperwork, my sister and I went to the seating area and forgot about the man for a while. A few minutes later, I saw him come back from wherever he had been. Thankfully, he didn't notice us this time. He sat down on one of the seats and immediately fell asleep. He was quite drunk after all. It was getting pretty close to boarding time, and I hoped he would still be passed out and miss the flight. However, everything turned out even better. Some concerned citizen, likely the employee at the counter, had told airport security about the man. It felt really satisfying to see him being walked away by the TSA, and knowing he would probably be locked up for at least one night. To me, this is mostly a funny story I tell my friends, but people actually do get kidnapped like this in Russia. It's a little chilling to think we could have happened if he wasn't drunk and if his scheme had actually worked. This happened when I was about 10-ish. I had a cell phone at the time, but only because my parents travel for their work, so I stayed with my grandparents when my parents were on the road. My dad was working a job in Austin, but my mom was home with me. I had a break in school, spring break or Christmas, so my mom and I decided to fly down to Austin to see him. My mom's a smoker, and me being 10, she didn't want me in the cigar room of the airport, which is basically a glass box full of smoke. So we leave our gate and head down that way. Thankfully, there's a bookstore maybe 10 feet from the cigar room, which also has mostly glass windows. So my mom sends me to the bookstore and sits close to the door of the cigar room so she can see me. Before we parted ways, my mom told me to send her a text message saying, "I really want this book if I got any weird vibes from anyone." Well, I'm a reader, so I think I'll look for a while until my mom is ready to get me. There probably won't be any issue. After about 5 minutes of being in this bookstore, I notice a guy walk in. I really only remember his gray suit and black dress shoes. I notice his shoes come over by where I am, the thriller section. So I move away to another section where he promptly follows me again. I assumed it was just coincidence since I was still looking at more mature books and move over a few feet to another section where they have books on racks in the middle of the floor rather than on the shelves. The guy moves over to the same rack I'm at, but the other side. My freakometer was going off like crazy, which is rarely wrong. So I do one last thing to test my theory of this guy, and I walk over to the little kids section, like the Hungry Caterpillar type books, and the guy follows me again. I'm sufficiently freaking out, so I go back to the thriller section, which is closest to the checkout desk, pick up a random book and text my mom, I really want this book. Not 2 seconds later, I smell my mom's perfume and hear her say, "Oh good, you found something." We promptly pay and leave. Once we were away from the store, I told my mom what happened, and she told me she had seen the guy follow me across the store twice and immediately walked over because her freakometer was off the charts. She hadn't even gotten my message because she was already walking over. Before we got back to our gate, we stopped at the room, and I noticed the bookstore guy coming down that hall and silently pointed out to my mom, who went on high alert. After the bathroom, we head to our gate where we see the bookstore guy sitting 2 seats down from our luggage, so my mom sat me down right next to the plane entrance thing and grabbed our stuff. After we board our plane, the bookstore guy is only a couple of rows away from us, but we can't really move because, well, it's a plane. Finally, we have a layover midway between Nashville and Austin. I didn't notice the rest of this, but my mom did. The guy got off right behind us and followed us to our next gate. My mom was just pissed at this point and ready to throw down with this guy, but won't because I'm with her. We verify where our gate is and our next plane's time of arrival and take off to the smoking area. Another glass box filled with smoke, where she brought me in with her and smoked the fastest cigarette ever. Apparently the guy had followed across the airport to the room and just stood outside waiting. We stopped in the gift shop so I could get my dad a gift and grab a drink, and he followed us there too. Finally, my mom has had more than enough, but isn't going to confront him personally because he hasn't done anything or engaged us in a very serious way. So we go back to our gate where my mom tells the lady by the plane entrance what's been going on since Nashville, and she calls security. These 2 huge security guards come down to our gate and start talking to my mom, who says very loudly and pointing, "That man has been following us since we arrived. He's making us very uncomfortable." After telling them the full story, hearing my mom be loud and seeing her pointing directly at him, bookstore guy takes off running. So security guards call for backup and followed him. And about 2 minutes later, we boarded our plane for Austin without the creepy bookstore guy.
Well, good evening. It is so wonderful to have you back once again. I apologize for my absence as I've had COVID and could quite literally not get out of bed for many days, so I decided I need a break from everything. But this week we have some amazing stories about urbex exploring, and I hope you enjoy. And with that being said, grab yourself a snack, sit back and relax, and hope that tonight will not be your last.
This story takes place in the summer of 2023. My friend and I were hanging out at her house, and we fell on a subject that is passionate for both of us, which is urbex. And as we were talking about that, she told me that there was an abandoned factory 30 minutes away from her house. 2 seconds is what it took for us to get our backpacks full of cigarettes, food, and water. We then started walking. We took some 5-minute breaks from time to time and continued our path. When we had arrived, we were absolutely in love with the creepiness and absence of life in this place. Let me introduce you to the 4 buildings. It will help you understand the rest of the story. The first building was locked. No more information. Probably somewhere to stock wood and metal. The second building was a big factory. It was the biggest building in the 4. There's 3 floors, a basement, a working space, and the eating place at the highest floor. The third building was a structure of wood to contain all the machines, etc. And finally, the 4th building, which was a small gas station where there was keys of the other rooms. There was 2 floors, but we didn't go to the second one for a reason that we will see further in the story. So we entered the big factory, which was the second building. At first we were getting shivers, but as time passed, we got more and more comfortable with the place we were in. Then comes a moment. We had to do it. We were so curious. We stood in front of the door and opened it. There we were, in the basement. As we advanced in the room, we arrived to a small office. There was fresh coffee in a cup. We didn't think much of it first. Maybe people like us came here. We didn't have the time to make any theories, since we heard something. A clown horn. We looked at each other and laughed nervously. We thought that one of us stepped on a toy or any other thing. But again, a clown horn yelled right behind us, before we heard a cynical and traumatizing laugh. We ran to the door and left outside as fast as we could. We then stood there, outside and scared. At this point, we didn't believe what was happening, so we laughed it off with another sip of our beers. Now we went back. Yes, it was a stupid idea, I know. But don't worry, we didn't stay there even 5 minutes that we saw a hand opening the same basement door. And that was it. We ran back home. I never ran so fast in my entire life. I think there's a small detail that will make you understand how bad it could have really been. About an hour later, we were going to a restaurant as we heard gunshots at the exact position of where the factory was. That night, we didn't sleep at all. And to this day, I never went back into this city. I live in a rural area in the north of the UK. About 20 minutes outside the village I live in is a large complex of abandoned buildings. I haven't ever been able to get a straight answer on what they used to be. Some say it was an old farm, others say it was an Air Force base. Either way, it's a cool place to explore in any kid's dream. I'm older now, but I practically grew up here, spending many summers at this place with my group of mates. We're all older now, so we don't go anymore. I mention how many times I have been to demonstrate how comfortable I am with this place. Any creepy feelings usually associated with abandoned buildings have worn off because of how many times I've been there. I should also mention that in all of my time visiting this place with my friends, we have never seen anyone else there. It was kind of our place. Tonight I was chilling with a mate at my house. We're both going to separate universities in a few weeks, so we were feeling quite reflective and started talking about our childhoods, and in particular our many trips to these abandoned buildings. Eventually, although it was getting quite late, curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to hop in his car and drive the journey to this place. When we got there, it was pitch black, and we had absolutely no gear except the torches on our phones. He had even come straight from work, so he was in his formal suit. We arrived at the place and began walking around, looking in all the buildings and recounting stories of all the summers we had spent here. We were talking carelessly and loudly. In hindsight, this was probably our biggest mistake. We were quite deep in the complex when it started, and loud tapping, the sound of metal on metal. It startled us, and we both jumped. In an effort to calm ourselves down, we told each other it was probably the wind. It didn't take us long to work out that this couldn't be the case. The tapping has a rhythm to it, but it was one that would keep on changing. A few times it would even have a recognizable tune, such as that song by Queen, "We Will Rock You." At this point, my mate and I were terrified. We started to slowly, as quietly as possible, go back the way we had come and towards where his car was parked. We had only made it a few meters when I accidentally stepped on a bit of something lying on the floor. It snapped with what felt like the loudest sound in the world. At that point, the tapping abruptly stopped and everything went silent. We started to creep away again. We had only made it a bit further when something I will never forget, but wish I could, had happened. We heard a voice. It sounded mad. It was loud and clear enough to hear, and it was speaking English, but what it was saying didn't make sense. Just a random jumble of words and phrases blurted out without any pause. At this point, we both broke. We sprinted towards the way out, suppressing the urge to scream like kids. As we were running to the entrance, we ran past another building. As we ran past, quite loudly this time, we heard another voice. It was a man's voice again, but definitely different from the first one. This was saying a similar assortment of nothing, but we didn't stop to listen. We sprinted full tilt till we got back to his car. We hurled ourselves in and screeched off. We got back to mine and practically hugged each other for the rest of the night. It might not sound that creepy now, but something about those voices coming from the abandoned buildings put fear in the animal part of my brain. I live in North Wales, UK. For anyone who has had the pleasure of visiting, it is truly a beautiful place to live. Though for an adolescent boy, it is certainly lacking in things to do. As a result, my friends and I would often find ourselves mindlessly exploring areas of countryside and coastline. Despite it being sparsely populated in comparison to the cities, there is a dual carriageway running right along the coast from Wales into England. Also, train tracks run alongside this road for most of its course, occasionally passing overhead by a small cement bridge. There was one night a few years ago when about 4 of us randomly decided to try and explore the inside of one of these bridges, as one of the group had observed a manhole cover nearby which we believed to be the entrance. On closer inspection, we discovered that several tools would be required in order to gain entry. We returned with the necessary equipment and proceeded to unbolt the cover. This had to be done stealthily as the train track was right beside us. Not close enough to be of any danger, but definitely a sufficiently small distance to cause panic for any train driver, and panic usually means police. It wasn't long before we had to remove the heavy steel disc and had started descending the ladder down into the structure. Once we had all safely reached the bottom, we decided to progress to the other side. At this point, we're totally confined into the narrow space that leads into the main area. If you are confused as to what this bridge is supposed to be, you probably should be, because it was rather peculiar. I mean, I would have never known there was an inside had we not found the manhole. So as we screech and crouch, and at one point scrape along our bellies to the other side of the structure, there is a growing sense of claustrophobia between us. The distance from the end to the other is surprisingly long, but by the halfway point you can look down the narrow gaps onto the motorway below. This was actually pretty cool, which helped keep us calm in a strange way. At this point, apart from the mild discomfort and confinement, we were still just a group of guys on an adventure. This was about to change dramatically. No more than a few meters beyond halfway, one of us claimed they could see some object in the distance at the far end. Slightly hesitantly, we agreed to investigate. Bad mood. I reached the end first, and let me tell you, I have never felt the same sense of dread before or since. In front of me was a single foldaway chair positioned facing a wall. On the wall was a partially torn page from a newspaper or a magazine, showing a fully nude lady in an erotic position. The reason I just don't refer to it as porn is because something was different about it. I can't put my finger on it, but it seemed more sinister than sexy, if that makes any sense. More disturbingly, the eyes of the woman on display had been cut from the page, removed with precision, not just hastily ripped off. The scene that laid before us had rendered us completely speechless, and an overpowering sense of panic could be felt collectively. Needless to say, we got out of there as fast as humanly possible, smashing our knees and shins against the sharp cement edges that lined the path to the ladder by which we had entered. Of course, we were all praying that the manhole had not been resealed, as it was impossible to tell until you reached the ladder itself. Thankfully, the exit route was clear, and we promptly dashed as far away as our legs could carry us. I'm sure this ending comes as a disappointment to some of you reading this, as we luckily never bumped into the twisted individual who sits in that chair. But I must stress how radically out of the norm this was given where I live. The reason I mentioned the population earlier was with purpose. There is easily enough people here to escape the realms of country crazy folk. Yet nowhere near enough people to have someone clearly lose grip on society without somebody taking notice. I do not have a lot of money. I just live a lower middle class type of life here in Mexico. But the real issue was my sister, who has a high-ranking position in the public security area of politics. That is the reason I was targeted. It was a Tuesday early morning. I was on my way to work, which started at 6 a.m. I remember that day I took my dad's SUV because they were away on vacation and I was supposed to pick them up at the airport after work that day. I lived about half an hour away from my work, so I left at about 5:28 a.m. every morning. When I was leaving, I saw a pretty shady SUV parked like a block away from my house, and honestly, after my little sister took her job, I was more aware about things I saw out of place. I felt a little bit paranoid because weeks before it happened, I felt like someone was following me. So yeah, I passed the SUV, and I saw a guy on the driver's seat with a baseball cap. I stopped a bit, looked at him straight in the face, and he just looked down and covered his face. I honestly didn't think much of it. My family had been telling me weeks prior that I was just overreacting and no one was following me. So I thought it was just some random guy waiting for someone. I took off to work, and for me to get there, I have to go through a really ugly neighborhood, which is poorly lit and has a really bad reputation. I was in a two-lane street that's only one way. I was in the right lane at the time and saw a Jeep Cherokee just speed by me on the left lane and then continue its way in front of me. When we arrived at the end of the street, I had to turn right to get to work, and the Cherokee just stopped completely on the right lane in front of me, with their blinkers signaling to the left. I found it kinda weird, but I did not want to be an asshole and honk at them, and wanted them a few seconds to move. While I was waiting, an Explorer came screeching on the left lane and it stopped next to me. And 4 guys came out with guns in one hand and a baseball bat. The guy with the bat smashed my window and hit me in the face, while another put a gun to my head and were saying things like, "This is real, get out of the car." So please understand that at the moment I did not feel they wanted to steal my car. I already knew they were trying to kidnap me. If I knew they just wanted the car, I would have given the car to them. But I pieced everything together. The cars that I felt were following me at night every day, the guy just sitting on the SUV outside my place, and obviously my sister's job. I knew that if they took me, it would be torture, followed by certain death. And if they really wanted to kidnap me, they would not kill me. So I stepped on the gas, I smashed between the Cherokee and the Explorer and ran over one of the guys. I sped as much as the SUV would give me and honked so I could make a lot of noise and people would notice. My hope was to get to my workplace, which had private security, and call my sister so she could move over the police. With all the adrenaline on me, I passed the entrance to my work and tried to turn back, but I crashed on a corner. At that moment, I honestly felt like my heart would come out of my mouth. Everything moved so slow, so I tried to calm myself down. I breathed, saw through my mirrors that they were following me, and I saw no one. An empty street that was already lit by the morning dusk. The SUV was still working. I turned around and got to my work, yelled at the security guards to open the doors, and I parked myself at the entrance. And I got out of my car and called my sister. After that, I went inside and talked to my boss about what had happened and went to the restroom to clean the glass and blood off my hair and face. When I came out of the restroom and out to the parking lot, there were about 10 cop cars outside my workplace. My sister had already told me to speak with a specific police officer and confirm his name. Everything went smooth and I felt safe and protected. After that, I moved into my sister's house, which has police guarding it. This has cost me my job, relationships, lifelong friendships. Everyone's afraid to hang out with you when they know you're a target for the cartel, and it's understandable. But it still does not make it feel any less garbage. Investigations continued throughout the beginning of 2017. I later found out through security camera footage that there were 3 SUVs in total, with about 12 people trying to kidnap me. I found out that the cartel was after me was one of the most powerful in the world, and that the person who was in charge of investigating my case was killed. So right now I'm working for the Mexican government. It's a low-profile job which does not pay much and does not attract too much attention. I've looked for ways to leave the country, but I do not have enough money or qualifications. I'm still living with my sister, with people protecting me and my family 24 hours a day, and the guys who tried to kidnap me are still at large. I'm trying to make the best of the situation. I've lost a lot of weight. I spend more time with my nephews and recently got into a steady relationship. But honestly, I'm always on edge and feel like I'm in imminent danger. I was raised in the city of Atlanta, which is awesome. There's lots to explore and we find more places every day. Much of what we find is outside of the metro area. We use Google Earth looking for abandoned shacks and buildings and stuff, and then we go explore. So yesterday we found a little home that looked completely torn down and wanted to check it out. so we walk through some woods during the midday and arrive. As usual, we knock and yell, announcing that we are here and we are not robbers or cops. Nobody answered, so in we went. We weren't scared. We had done this type of stuff a lot and barely ever come across unusual things. So as we start searching, we notice the floor feels hollow. When walking on the rotted wood floor, it didn't feel hollow. We peeled back a smelly rug and found a little hatch. No way. No way in hell this is happening. My brain is freaking out. Part of me has seen enough horror movies to know not to go in. The other half knew this is what any urban explorer would dream of. So I open it. There's a small staircase. It was fold-up, kind of like the fold-up ladder people use to get into their attics. The three of us climbed down in. First, there was an old rotten bag of Lay's. There were bugs inside and no chips. Using rubber gloves, I picked them up. Expiration, January 2014. Somebody was here. It had obviously been a while, though. We kept walking around and didn't find much except for a ratty old computer monitor. Then we heard footsteps upstairs. We had no idea what to do. There was frantic kicking on the floor above us, as if somebody was being restrained. We scrambled for the window. The room was a basement, but the top of the basement was above ground and had these little mini windows letting light in. I tried to open the first one, but it was jammed. There was dirt outside blocking it. My friend managed to get the second one opened. We all ditched our bags and crawled through, and ran like hell, got into the pickup truck we came in and drove. And that's the story. I wish I could say more in detail, but we weren't there for long, and no way in hell am I going back there just for the karma.
Well, good evening. It is so wonderful to have you back once again. This week we have some stories having to do with the experiences people have in the Rocky Mountains. If you are ever visiting, please make sure to be careful. You never know who could be out there. And with that being said, grab yourself a snack, sit back and relax, and hope that tonight will not be your last.
From 2013 to 2019, I worked in outdoor education at many different summer camps and outdoor education centers in Canada. Mostly Ontario, but I did spend a season in the Rocky Mountains. Having grown up going to sleepaway camp and eventually participating in month-long leadership programs with backcrunchy canoeing components, I was well prepared to lead a group of teen girls from a camp in Georgian Bay to a 2-week camping trip in the Tagami region during my first year as a counselor. Our route was fairly typical and beginning in the Whitefish Falls region, ending at Highway 11 after 14 days of paddling, portage, hiking, and campfire making. We had a satellite phone to check in with our camp director every day, and in case of an emergency. We also had multiple exit points along the route. Until our second to last night, we were having fun and relatively uneventful time, besides some mild dehydration and the usual bumps and bruises. Near the end of our trip, we were doing some free camping on the shore of an uninhabited island in Bear Lake. It's a beautiful area, and we were across from the main island that the majority of the 250-person population inhabits. We had to put out the fire and are gone to bed when about an hour after falling asleep I was jarred awake by the sound of a loud motorboat. Obviously this isn't that weird because it's a large lake and many people use boats to reach the mainland of their homes on secluded islands. However, it was around 11 p.m. and things had been quiet for the last few hours. The motor could cut out and I could clearly hear the sounds of an argument. It sounded at least one man and a woman, and they were very angry and yelling at each other, although I couldn't hear anything specific because they were too far offshore. Suddenly, the woman screamed and I heard a splash into the water, and then complete silence. At this point, I was pretty freaked out and hoping to God that my girls hadn't woken up. But I wasn't that lucky because I could immediately hear talking from their tent and could tell they were scared. I was about to unzip my door and look out to see if maybe the boosters had an accident or something when my whole tent lit up. The light slowly panned across me and onto the tent my girls were in. In a normal volume, I was able to tell them to stay absolutely still. The light panned back to my tent and then over to theirs again. I can only guess it must have been some sort of boat with a searchlight on it. After an eternity, that was really only about 5 minutes, the light was turned off and I heard the motor engage and fade as the boat drove away from us. I immediately found the satellite phone and called our camp director, who gave us the phone number for the local police. I called them and they said they would forward the information I gave to the local detachment on Bear Island. I don't think any of us slept that night, and I got up at 5 a.m. to take my canoe out and take a look around. I thought maybe someone had fallen overboard and had managed to swim to shore. Obviously, I didn't find anyone and there was nothing floating in the water either, although it is a pretty deep body of water. None of us wanted to camp one more night, so I called the camp and had them head out to the pickup point a day early. We paddled like hell and didn't really talk much. I think none of us really wanted to speculate about what we might have heard and what would have happened if we made noise or moved when that light was on our tents. I've thought about this a lot over the years, but whenever I've told people the story, they've been quite skeptical. I recently started looking into missing person cases in the area, but without much luck. If anyone reading this is familiar with Indigenous issues in Canada, though, there is an epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and these cases usually go unreported or unresolved. So a few months ago, I was out hiking with my friend. We live in the western mountains of the Rockies, and we were about 6 miles into an 8-mile loop. We had done it frequently when we decided to take some pictures and eat a snack at a summit. This area of the trail had a park, some benches, tables, and a parking lot. We were sitting and talking, and I noticed a man just walking around the same parking lot alone. He was walking aimlessly and staring at his feet. What confused me was that he was in jeans and a button-down shirt, not exactly hiking attire. We decided to set off on the last 2-mile leg of the loop. This part goes downhill to the headquarters of the park and is cut out of the mountain and bank. The end of that leg is the parking lot where our car is. You don't have a lot of visibility from the trail, and you have to walk as a single file. I was walking in front and talking to my friend. I turned to look at her and I see the same man right behind her, following at a rudely close distance. I immediately got a gut-wrenching feeling. I noticed that he didn't have any pack or hiking gear, and he wasn't even wearing boots. Something about his eyes really spooked me. So a bit more walking, and he continues to fall very close. I say to my friend that I have to tie my shoe as a reason to step off the trail and let him pass us, in case he's only following closely because he wants to go faster than we are. She immediately catches on to what I'm doing and we pull over. He just looks startled and says hello politely. He just stares. This is when I notice that he is carrying a stick. As I'm fiddling with my shoe, she stands between us, and he passes us. We wait to give him some distance ahead of us, but he immediately slows down. We wait for a bit longer and he gets to the furthest part of the trail that has sight lines to us and he turns around, looking up at us. We decided that something feels too wrong about this guy and we don't want to have to pass him again. So we turn around and walk back up the trail towards the park with the tables and parking. A few minutes of walking up the trail, I look back and see him walking up the trail too. He's following us. I tell my friend to walk faster. We book it up the trail and get to the parking lot area where we were at before. We start to strategize and wait, deciding that we will wait to see if he comes back up the trail to the lot. There are more people around here, so we felt safer waiting it out. About 20 minutes go by and nothing. We're talking about how that could mean that he kept going on the trail and is long gone. Or he's waiting on the trail, where it's more deserted. We see a couple come up from the trail where we were, presumably taking the loop in the opposite direction that we were. We approach them and ask if they saw anyone on the trail between this lot and the next. They tell us they saw a young man sitting on a rock about halfway down. They describe the man who was following us. We explain our interaction with him to the wife and get into a conversation back and forth about whether or not he was a threat. The husband finally interjects and says that we need to call a ranger. He wasn't just sitting there. He had a knife and was carving a stick. Needless to say, we called a ranger. The nice couple walked that last leg with us to make sure we got to our cars safely and then even gave us their numbers in case we needed anything. The rangers then walked the trail, but there was no sight of him. I wish I knew where they went and what happened to him, but I'm glad to know that my instincts are legitimate. This is a story from a road trip my fiancé and I took back in 2010. Our trip had relatively been uneventful, with a few exceptions. One of those was a trip through Colorado. We were on our way to the Rocky Mountain National Park, but it was getting dark and we needed to stop for the night. A quick look at the road atlas showed that there were a few campgrounds a short hop away. After a little discussion, we decided to try and find a few of them. The paved road turned into an unpaved washboard-like trail. The trees around us turned from pine to birch, and the forest just felt wrong somehow. But we continued onwards nonetheless, determined to find the damn campground. After about an hour of driving slowly, so we couldn't shake the car to pieces, we came across one of the camps. The campground was something like from the beginning of a mystery thriller. Everything was overgrown, the fire pits were growing weeds, the signs were all rusted or shot up, and the moon didn't quite penetrate the trees. We decided that this was not the place for us, and continued onward. Another hour of driving passed by. It was pitch black and the road got amazingly tough in spots for our tiny little Evio. We resigned ourselves to another night sleeping at a rest stop and began to try to find a way out. Suddenly, we saw bright headlights in the road ahead. We continued forward and found ourselves in a large clearing. Headlights from behind us turned on, blinding us from seeing the road out. 3 men wearing various expressions of anger and fear out of the gloom and approached the car. In the bright lights of the 2 trucks, I could now see a burned-out trailer, and all of the men were wearing black clothing. The look of malice on the men approaching my side of the vehicle burned its way into my brain, and I was instantly terrified. I yelled at my fiancé to floor it, and he was desperately trying to find the exit. We finally saw the trail marking reflectors across the clearing and gunned it out of there, with the men jumping out of the way in surprise. The final half hour before we finally found ourselves back in civilization was spent in creeped out silence. We stuck to sleeping in rest stops and national parks after that. This took place in the summer of 2022, and I just never thought of writing down this story because I was so stunned that it happened to me. So every summer in the city, me and my friends like to make small campfires and chill in secluded areas because we don't want to drive an hour to the Rockies or an actual campsite and pay a fee to do so. These also happen pretty spontaneously, so it's a last-minute thing to do. There's this one spot near my house that's located by a river that's really nice because no one usually goes there. Only thing to be worried about are bears, though, because living up here is challenging like that, and my house specifically is located right next to the mountains and forest. So one particular night at about 11 p.m., I decided to go ahead of my friends and meet them at the spot and set things up early because I want us to be chilling once they all get there. The spot I get to has a 2-minute paved markway I have to go through, and then I have to take a small trail ramping down the right side of the bridge that crosses over the river. Along this paved walkway is 2 lamps located at halfway and another at the start of the bridge, the ramp down to the campfire spot. I park my car at the beginning of the trail on the street and bring my campfire stuff like a flashlight, lighter, small firewood, small shovel, etc. I get to the spot and it's a small sandy beach kind of embankment on the side of the river with a small waiting area for toddlers with their families during the hot summers. So I set up the chair and I get to digging the pit with only my flashlight illuminating where I'm digging. I'm also just shoveling the sand right next to me, nowhere near the water, but all of a sudden I hear a loud splash. A splash so loud that it can only come from something equally large like a 2-hand-sized rock. I'm confused because I swear I'm not throwing my sand into the water, even though I'm only a few feet away. I shine my flashlight at the water and I don't see anything, so I just kind of brush it off, thinking I'm just hearing things. But as I keep shoveling a bit more, I hear another loud splash. At this point, I think something is falling from above because logically something must be falling into the water. I point the flashlight above where some trees are above the river and I don't see anything big. So as I keep digging with my heart race kind of going at this point, I hear a rustling past the arch where the bridge goes over the river. I quickly grab my light and shine it towards when I heard the rustling. I call out, "Hello?" No response. In my head, if it was a bear, it should be getting out of there immediately, but there was no bear, or signs of anything for that matter. So I tell myself I'm just hearing things now because I've seen horror movies before and now my mind is playing tricks on me. But I hear the noise again and it clearly sounds like leaves being rustled, so I shine my flashlight over the area again. And as I focus my eyes towards the illuminated area, I see the naked back of a man hunched over. I was kind of frozen in anxiety and stress because honestly, of all things I was to see, I didn't think I'd see the naked back of a man. From the quick analysis my brain could muster up, he looked to be mid-40s, shaved, not bald, and medium-ish build, like a mix between chubby and built. As I had my flashlight staying on his back, he started to stand up, and the first thing I noticed was he wasn't wearing any pants either. My next reflex was to start packing up all my crap and getting out of there, because now I'm piercing my head with he must have been throwing things into the water to scare or shoo me away. So after using my reflexive deductive skills, I proceeded to speed walk out of there with all my stuff. I'm carrying all my things with me and briskly walk up the small ramp, and I'm on the paved path now out of the forest. I can feel my heart beating in my chest, and I'm frequently looking back to make sure I'm not being followed. I'm wearing Crocs, mind you, so I'm hoping that if I have to book it out of there, I'd regret not being in sport mode from the get-go. I make it to the halfway point, and I have a sense of relief start setting in, knowing I made it safely out of this very scary situation. But as I check behind me for the final time, I see something. Slowly creeping over the ramp is the naked man crawling on all fours as if he was a primate walking. His head was positioned towards me, looking at me as he made his way to the middle of the paved walkway. He slowly gets up from his stance and starts standing on his feet and positions his body to face me. After setting himself into his new position, the man starts running towards me. I freaking book it. I run as hard as I can down the path. My flashlight jumped out of my pocket and I lost it. But I didn't care because a whole naked man was chasing me at 11 p.m. at night in a secluded forest. I looked back for a split second and the man was still running towards me, still completely naked. He could have my flashlight for all I care. I wanted to make it out of this situation alive. I finally make it out of the forest and run to my car, which is only 30 feet away from the end of the forest. I desperately get to my car and like a classic horror movie, I fumble with trying to get my key fob to unlock the car. I actually drop my keys and quickly think to myself, I'm actually dead. But I brush the thought off and pick them back up. I get my fob properly, unlock my doors, and throw my things into my back seat before getting into my car. This felt like an eternity, but in hindsight most likely took 6 seconds altogether. As I try to guide my key into the ignition, I am fixated on one end of the paved path that I was just at a few seconds ago, waiting to see if the naked man was still coming. I feel my key go into the ignition and I switch my sights onto the road in front of me, and I zoom out of the area as fast as possible. As I drive away and I'm a good 30 seconds from the location of the horror that just took place, I get a call on my phone. It was my friends calling me asking if I made it to the spot, and all I say to them is, "Guys, do I have a crazy story to tell you?" They pull up to my house because, again, it was actually decently close to the campfire area, and I tell them the whole story the way I told it just now. They swear that it was none of them trying to prank me or anything like that. And I also knew one of them would try to full sprint at me with their dong out. But as we're just talking out in front of my house, there's a college student who looks like he's walking home that's going toward the direction of where I encountered the naked man. I just yell out to him, "Be careful, there's a naked guy that was chasing me by the bridge that crosses over the river." He responds, "Oh damn, really? I gotta go over that bridge to go home." All I tell him is good luck. The next day I reported it to the police by phone, but they sent over an officer so I could tell them in person and show them where in the areas I saw these things. When we went to see where I initially saw the man's back hunched over, they said they didn't see any trace of anyone being there. But the officer said they would make note of it anyway in case it happens again. Some friends say it's a skinwalker. Others say more realistically it's either a homeless or mentally ill or a drunk person. One theory I've heard my friends say is that it's a future version of me pulling a prank on a past version of me because, honestly, if time travel is real, I would totally screw with my younger self like that. Well, good evening. It is so wonderful to have you back. In tonight's video, I have compiled some stories having to do with vacations and the horror stories that can come along with them. So without further ado, grab yourself a snack, sit back and relax, and hope that tonight will not be your last. This story took place during the second week of Easter vacation in 2023, when I was 15 years old. And I want to mention as well that this happened at my mother's house. At that time, my mother had decided to renovate the kitchen because it was really outdated. So there was this blonde guy with blue eyes who came to start the work, which involved putting up plastic sheets on the walls and a divider in my living room, which is next to the kitchen. At the end of the day, I had to go to the dentist to pick up an impression, and my mother had informed the worker that we would be back in about an hour and a half. However, since the appointment was just to pick up an item, we returned after only 45 minutes. On the way back, my mother suggested getting kebabs and doing a good deed by dropping off the worker at the train station. When I returned to offer him a ride, I noticed he was very uneasy with a nervous smile, as if to say everything was fine. I insisted that he come with us, and he agreed. Along the way, he explained that his name was Brian, and that he was originally from Moldova. He also mentioned that he lived alone in Paris, but had 2 children living in his home country. We arrived at the station, dropped him off, grabbed our kebabs, and went home. After finishing eating, I decided to take a bath, as I love doing that all the time. However, this time, to my dismay, the water turned from hot to cold. So I spent 2 hours in lukewarm water, then got out and returned to my upstairs room. Immediately upon opening the door, I noticed that my PC was open and turned on to my lock screen wallpaper, even though I instinctively remember closing it before going downstairs. I asked my mother if she had been in my room or touched my computer, and she said no, that she had stayed in her room and was watching the news. After a quick search of my room turned up nothing, I decided to finally go to sleep. At about 5 a.m., I woke up sweating and shivering intensely, which had never happened to me before. I had a feeling of danger and that something or someone was nearby. So I grabbed a knife because, yes, it's a bit scary, but I have a passion for edged weapons, probably from manga. And I have a collection of knives, katanas, and shurikens on my bedroom wall. With the knife, I searched my room again but found nothing. However, the feeling didn't go away. So I locked my door and messaged my mother to see if she was awake and had the same feeling. But she didn't respond. I waited for 3 hours until I heard her walking in her room. She came to see me and explained what had happened that night. She told me I was probably just being paranoid and that everything was fine. She also warned me that Brian would arrive around 10 a.m. to continue the work, and that since she would be leaving for work, I would be alone with him. She assured me that I wouldn't need to go downstairs to let him in because she told him he had kept the keys in a woodshed next to the door. She then went to work and I went back to sleep, locking my door. I woke up at around 11:30, went downstairs to make food in the basement, and when I didn't find Brian there, I didn't think much of it. I went back upstairs and ran into him. As soon as I saw him, the bad feeling returned. But he started talking to me. I tried to end the conversation and quickly went back to my locked room. 10 minutes later, Brian knocked on my door, asking for help carrying something. I didn't respond because I really didn't want to see him again, but he started trying to open the door and began kicking it hard. So my first instinct was to grab a knife, lock myself in my bathroom, and call the police. I explained in a panic what was happening, and the woman on the line said she was sending 2 cars, which would arrive in about 10 minutes. While waiting, Brian managed to enter my room and began breaking down the bathroom door. I told him I had called the police and they would be arriving any minute, that I was armed with a knife, and that I wouldn't hesitate to use it. Upon hearing this, he stopped banging on the door and left. The police arrived and caught Brian as he was trying to flee. My mother immediately came home, saw me, and burst into tears, telling me that she should have listened to me. A few days later, the police called to explain that Brian was wanted for kidnapping, identity theft, torture, and murder. I believe that bad feeling I had during the night was him returning and hiding outside my room in the house, because he knew where the spare keys were hidden. But now he is in prison, and I hope never to see him again. So my family went on vacation about 6 months ago. We have 4 cats, and we're leaving them with a sitter who is going to come twice a day to check on them and feed them. My dad had gotten a free indoor Ring camera from his job, so we decided to set it up to check in on them when the sitter wasn't there. The camera was set up at the top of a bookshelf overlooking our living room. You could see the entrance to my bedroom and bathroom from it, as our apartment is not very big. After the trip, we stopped using the camera but never took it down because we just forgot it was there. Tonight, me and my sibling were hanging out in our living room when they made a joke about us being filmed. Confused as to what they were talking about, they pointed up to the Ring camera, which had a green light indicating it was on. The light had not been on to our knowledge since we originally tested the camera before our trip. At first we assumed our mother was using it, since she was the only one with the connected app on her phone. Another note, this mother before the trip was against these cameras, and has always been super against invading either of our privacies. We are also full adults now. It would be highly unlikely for her to be checking the camera in the middle of the night. Once I noticed the light on, I said, "Those cameras are like super easy to hack." We both look up and the light shuts off. We took the batteries out and put the camera in a drawer. I don't think I really need confirmation to know that the camera was likely hacked, but I want someone to tell me I'm overreacting. I guess I'll have to wait until the morning to see if there's actually any way my mom could have accidentally checked the camera. So I was around 15 at the time, and my mom and dad and I were on a family trip to New York City. It was a really good trip at first. We visited the Statue of Liberty, Madison Square Garden, Times Square, etc. And for the most part, it was a normal vacation. But towards the end of our trip was when everything went to shit. It was our last day there, and we were trying to get back to the airport, so we decided to take an Uber. A couple minutes pass and a gray Civic pulls up on the sidewalk we were on. I remember noticing that he had Lyft and Uber stickers on his car in multiple places almost excessively. It kind of felt like he was trying to prove that he was our Uber. It was just a small thing, but looking back I really wish I took more concern about how sus this guy was. Moving on, we were running late, so I'm guessing my dad didn't really pay attention to the license plate because this guy was definitely not an Uber driver. He was a lanky man wearing clothes akin to rags and looked like he was drugged out, but at the time nothing seemed off to us. Again, we were running late and what happened was the least of our expectations. The ride was normal until we got to the airport. We all expected him to get off the highway and let us off. He didn't. Instead, he casually continued down the highway past where he wanted us to be dropped off. This was when my dad noticed that the man didn't have a meter or his phone set up with an Uber GPS open. We were starting to get worried and my dad asked him in a stern voice, "Excuse me, where's your meter?" The man stayed silent, flustered. He asked once more, this time yelling. Again, no reply. But at this point, the man started dashing down the highway, weaving past other cars and just driving very dangerously. We were all panicking. My dad was screaming at him to let us off. My mother was crying and praying with her rosary clutched firmly in her fist, and I was in shock. I froze up. I couldn't even cry or scream as much as I so desperately wanted to. I was completely immobilized. This continued for a while, driving down an unfamiliar road to God knows where, with the car only getting faster and faster. I started having those classic end-of-the-road type thoughts like, wow, this might be it, and there's nothing I can do about it. But luckily we were saved. I don't know if we passed by it or if someone in a car we passed had called the cops, but we soon heard sirens blaring behind us and we were being tailed at high speed by multiple police cars. One of the cops had a megaphone or something to amplify their voice and screamed out for the man to pull over. Obviously, he put up a fight, and the police had to actually cut him off for him to finally stop. The police helped us out of the car and got all of our things from the trunk while putting blankets around us and telling us that it was going to be okay and that we were safe. At this moment, I felt the biggest wave of relief wash over me that I've ever felt in my life. Don't get me wrong, it still messed me and my family up hard, and I was still left pretty traumatized, but I was at least glad that my family and I were alive and safe. The police gave us a ride back to the airport, and everything went as planned from that point on. But I am glad that I never had to find out where this guy was taking us and what he was planning to doing with us. Just thinking about it still gives me goosebumps. I guess the moral of the story is always check the license plate before going in an Uber. That feature on the app that tells you what it is exists for a good reason. Back in July of 2018, me and my 3 best friends decided to go on a vacation to Barcelona. The 4 of us were 18 at the time and had just finished our freshman year of college. For context, we had planned this trip for several months, but the lazy asses that we were took our time before booking our flights in Airbnb. We eventually started our search in May, and if you have ever been to Barcelona, you might know that it's already pretty late if you want to find an affordable and well-located summer accommodation. We ended up scrolling on several websites for days as everything was way out of our budget. One of my friends finally found this very decent studio located near the Rambias, a very touristy neighborhood. The condo was actually located on a narrow street that was perpendicular to the main Rambia. You had to walk about 500 meters until you arrived at the sketchier end of the street, where the flat was. It really didn't bother us as the building was pretty secure. You had to open the first front door that led to the streets. Then you had to take the stairs to the second floor, where you had a second door which required another key. This second door led to 3 condos, so we had a third and final key to our personal flat. This final door did not have any outside handle, which meant that if we were to leave without our keys, we would end up locked out. There was finally no outside handle on the balcony door either. You could only open the door from the inside. The day we checked in, we were pretty excited despite our terrible exhaustion, so we decided to go smoke a cigarette on the balcony. The balcony next to ours belonged to our next-door neighbors, who were a bunch of Italian boys who we only met at this very moment. They had been pretty loud throughout the stay, but we've never thought too much of it. As last elements of context, our condo was disposed as follows. The front door led to the main room, which is where 2 of my friends were sleeping. The bed was on the left, and at the end of the room was the living room, which also worked as a kitchen and bedroom, where my 3rd friend and I were sleeping. We were there for 5 nights. As the young woman that we were, our daily routine was pretty consistent. We would go out clubbing every night, go home around 4 a.m., pass out in our beds, and wake up at 11. We'd visit the city up until 7 p.m. and then get ready to repeat. Our first 3 nights were awesome. We had some male friends who were staying in Barcelona too, so we'd meet up with them and it was fun. yet the fourth night was rather creepy. We had gone home at 4 a.m., screwed around with my friends for another hour, and fell asleep by 5. At around 7:30, my friend, who was sleeping with me in the living room and who suffers from sleep paralysis, wakes up as she feels something tickling her ankle. She opens her eyes and sees someone crouching at the end of the bed, his hand on her ankle as if he was looking for something under the bed. At this moment, she is convinced that she's experiencing sleep paralysis again. But the fear makes her sit on the bed and shout. The shouting wakes me up. I see the guy too, at the end of the bed, and still half asleep, I whisper, "Edward?" I think I had been dreaming about a friend of mine and confused this guy with him. The guy gets scared, suddenly gets up, stares at us, and then tiptoes away, saying, "Oops." He walks back past the bed where my friends are dead asleep and walks out the front door. My friend and I stayed up for a long time talking about what we just experienced. Then we woke the other girls up and told them the story. We never knew how this guy broke into our flat. He didn't steal anything, even though we had left our credit cards, IDs, phones, and cash on the table. The only thing is that at night we did not lock the front door. But it was closed, so normally no one could open it as there was no handle, unless someone had a key. We chose not to talk to the police about it because of this, as they could have told us that we were responsible for not locking the door properly. We also chose not to tell the landlord for the same reason, but also because we didn't want to ruin our last day there. We tried contacting our neighbors, the Italian guys, went to their flat and knocked, but they never opened the door. Looking back at it, we should have definitely done something about it, and we shouldn't have stayed there for another minute. But we were too young, I guess. We could never figure what the guy wanted, nor what he was looking for under the bed. None of this makes sense, to be fair. Why would someone come to someone else's place uninvited to look for something at 7:30 while the occupants are asleep? I guess we'll never know. This takes place during the summer of 2019. I'm on vacation in a 2-story villa that my mother's friend owns. So with him, my mother, some of her friends, and I were staying in this house to rest before returning to work. After about 5 days of living there, they decided to eat at a restaurant, but I decided to stay at home. So after they left, I stayed downstairs eating my dinner and watching TV. I had at that moment a bad feeling because I watched too many documentaries about sociopaths and read too many stories here. I was like, with my karma, maybe something will happen. Also, this house had French doors, the kind of big windows you can open and use to go in and out of. The most used was the one which had a direct access to the pool in the garden. So this is the context of where I was, what I was doing, and what I was thinking about. After eating, I decided to go upstairs to lock myself in my room and, as I always did, have your own bubble. But before that, I went to check the door in the front and behind the house and the windows. The problem is the door was open, but as I said before, it was something normal here, so I didn't think about it too much. Then I checked the windows. One was open, but I locked it and went to my room. After entering my room, I called a friend of mine to have someone to talk with. After about an hour, she couldn't hear me anymore as if I didn't have network. This was weird because during my 5 days in this villa, I never had problems like this. So I started to panic because I had no one with me, nor my phone or my laptop were functioning, and weird noises could be heard. About 10 minutes later, I heard some people talking downstairs and my mother yelling my name. So I went down to see them, but I was really shocked. I was the only one to have the door's key, so how did they enter the house? I asked and they told me. I'm gonna quote this in French because the sentence is more clear in my head. Bah, heureusement que tu as laissé la porte-fenêtre de la piscine ouverte, sinon on serait toujours dehors, vu que tu as fermé la porte. Which, my best translation means, you closed the door so we would still be outside if you didn't leave the window of the pool open. The window of the pool open? I'm thinking they're referring to the French doors. I'm sure I closed it. I remember closing it before going to my room. Up until today, my mother still doesn't believe me and thinks I was just paranoid. I didn't meet anyone that night, fortunately, but I am sure someone was there, and nobody can make me doubt that.
Good evening. Welcome back once again. This week I have narrated some stories about stalking. As usual, please stay safe out there. You never know who you could run into. And with that being said, grab yourself a snack, sit back and relax, and hope that tonight will not be your last.
Hi everyone. I have been getting stalked by someone after a really bad thing happening. I was going through a bad breakup, and a few weeks after, he reached out to me on Facebook. I knew him on an acquaintance, and he said he was going somewhere an hour or so away to see his family. This place also happens to be somewhere I've never been, but had expressed interest to him before as wanting to go. He invited me since it was just a day trip, and I figured, why not? I trusted him. I don't have a good relationship with my biological dad, and to an extent I viewed this guy as a father figure. Not to mention, my life felt unreal, and I have felt as if I'm living outside of my body. Long story short, he tried to get me to do meth with him. I refused, and he ended up doing bad things. I'll put it that way. Then he became obsessed, and even though he knew I was upset and didn't want it, he asked if I loved him. I said, of course not, you're disgusting and I will never love you. After the trip, he reached out to me saying how he wants to get married, have kids, etc. All these delusions. It scared me. This man was in his 40s and I'm only 20. I blocked him on everything. He made an Instagram account messaging me, threatening that if I don't love him, he will mail indecent photos of me to my family, ex, workplace, etc. He claims he filmed the entire thing and I will leak it. He also said he would show up to my house, and I live with my parents. I was so scared I blocked him. Then a few days later, he used someone else's phone to message me. A short paragraph saying he had fun with me, and he's sorry he messed up, and that he will always be here for me, and that I'm a daughter to him. He also has 3 daughters in real life, and it made me so nauseous to hear that. I got so scared I didn't even reply and blocked the number. I have been carrying a knife and pepper spray on me at all times since. I had a workplace stalker 7 years ago, and he pursued me, but I thought he was flirting and gave him a chance. He was 14 years older than me, and I had just graduated college, so I had no life skills. I didn't really understand the signs of obsession and stalking because I was young and naive. He was the quiet, creepy guy with no friends. He didn't tell me about anything with his past. He never even smiled or laughed, but he was charming. He turned out to be an actual psychopath and a self-proclaimed ninja who targeted me and destroyed my life step by step. I was trusting and vulnerable and had terrible parents who taught me nothing about life. He admitted to this and we bonded over it. He infiltrated my life and he was with me all the time because he immediately wanted me to move in. He loved everything about me. He isolated me from friends and hobbies and we did everything together. It felt so real. I was also so focused on my career. He became abusive and is the most manipulative person and pathological liar I've ever met. A total con man. He trained me to hate myself and focus on him, and would take me through the cycle of abuse over and over. My head was spinning. He always wanted to watch missing person shows. I started missing work because he was up all night yelling at me, and it was definitely sleep deprivation. He was hot and cold. He loved everything about me, and then started slowly picking me apart, and it got me so confused. I'm not stupid, but he had me under full control. He asked me to move to another state away from my family in a rural area. He was so nice when he did that sales pitch. It took 6 months to convince me, but he promised me the sun, the moon, and the stars. This was a complete trap. I paid $80,000 for the down payment and we worked out how the loan would be paid back. Little did I know this man wasn't going to pay me back a penny. When we got to our new house, I knew right away that this is not what I signed up for. He yelled at me every day like a drill sergeant. I felt constantly monitored and watched. The abuse ramped up to an incredible level. My parents are narcissists and didn't believe me. They have always assumed I was the problem since I was a child. I began to lose my sanity. I knew something was off and I felt afraid, but I didn't know what. My parents always reassured me that I was fine and never validated me. I was trained not to trust my gut or reality. I immediately wanted to sell the house, but he wouldn't agree to sign. He kept me trapped in a mortgage for 1.5 years. I had no money for a lawyer. No one believed me, ever. Even though I had evidence he was sabotaging the sales. My family saw what was happening and just blamed my mental health issues because I always have to be the problem. I went to my mom's to escape the abuse and she started abusing me again like in childhood. Instead of listening to me and believing me, she called the cops for wellness checks. I went to the mental hospital 3 times and my parents told the doctors, "I don't know what's wrong with my daughter." I was begging for help at this point. The mental hospital didn't listen. There was obviously a reason I was losing my mind, and it was all planned. The psychopath was still living in the house, and I had to pay for it. My mom had me illegally arrested for DV charges and had me arrested. I lost my mind even more because she lied. She dragged me through the court for 4 months, and my dad and sister came to court and didn't say a word to me. My dad knew my mom had gotten me falsely arrested. They kept the lies going. I was now being financially abused in one state by a psychopath who at this point had gotten me terminated from my job. My mom was abusing me in another state. Everyone around me gaslit me and it felt like a living nightmare. The truth was so obvious. In May, he finally agreed to sell the trap house. He told the realtor he wanted to destroy me. He already did. At this point, I was disabled with no money. My family still pretended like nothing was happening and treated me horribly at home. The house officially sells June 28th, and I should get the money I invested back. Not one person confronted my stalker's psychopathic ex. I have severe PTSD and have been trying to get away since October of 2022. He tried to beat up my mom's boyfriend and almost wouldn't sign the papers still. He's a 45-year-old man and I'm 30 now. What a creep. Before he wanted revenge, he told me he felt bad that my parents didn't love me and it was the only empathy he ever showed. He called my mom psycho, which she is after calling the cops so much. I've lost everything being pursued by a creepy psychopath stalker, and he really is a ninja. He did this all sneakily and covertly. I was confused and terrified. My family punished me and he didn't get in trouble. The only one who went to any type of punishment was me. The psych ward gave me fake diagnoses because my parents left out all the stuff that was happening. What kind of stalker is he? Hey guys. Hopefully this makes sense to most. It might be all over the place, but I'm still shaking from this experience. This guy that I'll name K and I had a long distance relationship for a couple of months. Until I broke up with him. After we broke up, he would message me constantly about how he messed up and to give him another chance. Since he kept on harassing me, I changed numbers, but I could still see he was stalking me on my Call of Duty mobile profile, which I can see whenever he clicked on my profile. I'm used to seeing him do that, so it's not surprising, but as long as he wasn't talking to me, that was fine. He would do things to get my attention, like making TikTok accounts to try to talk to me, which later I deleted. He even started texting my family members to get my attention. Until today, I got a random message from this unknown number, and I stupidly decided to respond thinking I would know this person. This person claimed to know me and said they saw me go into a certain class, which was exactly what I did today. And they also knew which class I am in. They claimed to have found my number from my sister, and when I asked her, she said she would never give my number out to anyone, which I believe her because she knows what Kay has done and how he won't leave me alone. He claimed to be a certain person and even gave a name, but I don't know anyone of that name. I thought this was a sick joke from someone, so I even responded sarcastically to some messages. Until this person mentioned Kay's name, and then I knew this must be him. But that would mean he is watching me, and in my school. I am a 25-year-old non-binary person renting a 4-bedroom house. One of my roommates is my boyfriend, and the other is my best friend of 10 years. We will call her Tracy. We've been looking for a new roommate, and because of the way the situation turned out, we have determined that I am no longer allowed to be in charge of looking because I'm not judgmental enough and I'm known for ignoring red flags. I will start from the beginning, which is the house showing. So our new prospective roommate showed up for the house showing and introduced himself. He definitely seemed strange at first, but I wrote him off as him being eccentric. The main red flag was that at some point, he randomly said something to the effect of, "I will not bring meth into your house because I am not on meth. I hate drugs and I see them as a scourge on this entire country." I did not ask, so I was immediately weirded out, but my boyfriend and the roommate who was moving out also met the guy, and they both thought that, apart from that, he seemed normal. He didn't look like a stereotypical meth head. His skin was clear, and he was kind of chubby. We thought that maybe he thought I was the meth head, because I look a little scary, I have green hair. septum, 6 facial piercings. In addition, my roommate who was moving out turned out to be hiding a cat which made the house stink like cat piss, which I have been told is what meth smells like. Also, the town this guy was coming from is known for meth and crack, and he seemed to be explicitly trying to get away from that town, so I thought that maybe he was afraid of ending up in a situation where he was living with drug addicts and was trying to suss us out that way. Giving him the benefit of the doubt was my first mistake. Tracy and I were both wigged out at the entire thing, but we were kind of desperate for a roommate, and after all, the people responding to my listing were either not great fits or were even sketchier than this guy. We let him move in. Skip to the move-in date. He proceeds to bring an old man to help move his stuff. He then makes the old man move all of his things by himself up the stairs while he sits there, including a refrigerator. By himself. New guy signs the lease. Immediately after signing the lease, he informs us that he did not introduce himself using his real name and proceeds to tell us his real name. This man was not transgender, so the only reason I can think of as to why he initially gave us a fake name is probably so he could avoid having us run a background check. After this, I had to go to work. Throughout my shift, Tracy sends me a message that this guy is weird, but her responses are vague and I didn't really find out what happened until I got home. Here is what she told me. The new guy goes to the bar after signing the lease and comes back after being kicked out before 9 p.m. The bar he went to is a biker bar that is notorious for being rowdy. It's hard to get kicked out there. You pretty much have to do something heinous, or you have to have been creeping on the woman there in order to get kicked. When he comes back, he's drunk and says, "The men there must have been intimidated by me." Sounds to me like he was creeping. Before this, I had told the new guy that our landlord is coming up the next day to fix some things in the house. When the new guy came home, Tracy reminded him that our landlord was coming the next day. He became extremely angry to the point that he was flailing his arms, and she thought he was going to start breaking things. Tracy was so uncomfortable that she almost went to go wake up my boyfriend in the other room. Eventually, the new guy did calm down. There is a beanbag next to my couch, and Tracy is sitting on the beanbag with her legs slung over the armrest of the couch. At first, the new guy sat on the couch. He begins to read off poetry that he wrote for her to an entire hour and a half, all of which is literally just a streams of consciousness about how he wants all junkies to die. Afterwards, he starts telling her how beautiful she is over and over, and literally lays his head down between her legs. She's trying to ignore him, and he won't stop asking her if she fell asleep. Every time she moves away, he gets closer. Then he starts inviting her to his room for beer. Eventually, she just gets up and goes to her room at around 11 p.m. This man harassed her for 2 entire hours. I thought that was everything, but then she tells me that she sent the guy's picture to her mom, who sent this picture to everyone she knows because she's from the town he was previously living in. It turned out that he'd been stalking Tracy's aunt for an entire year, and that he's banned from the bar she works at because he goes there and threatens to kidnap her. She literally has to be escorted out not only by workers, but the customers escort her to her car sometimes. So we tell our landlord. Luckily, our lease hasn't been finalized yet, so he agreed to kick him out. I call my mom to come over, and Tracy calls her brother for backup, just in case things go south. Our landlord shows up and essentially tells him he needs to leave and doesn't let the new guy get a word in. The new guy starts getting agitated and aggressive, so we called the cops and several officers showed up. Told the guy he had no legal standing there. He introduced himself with us with a fake name, and he hadn't even been there for a full 24 hours and that he had to get out. The guy had to beg his sister to pick him up, and she was so unwilling to do it that she didn't agree until he offered to pay her $200. It's a 20-minute ride to where he was going. He left most of his stuff on our porch. When we went into his room, it smelled like cigarette smoke, and there was an empty pack on the floor, including not one or two, but 7 empty Dr. Pepper cans and garbage and crusty socks everywhere. This entire situation had me so stressed out that I didn't even notice that he had also left a pair of pissy shorts in the middle of the house's main hallway, and that was also the first thing you see when you walk into the house. They were there for the entire day. When he knew the landlord was coming, they were still sitting there when I left. I picked them up with a glove and put them on the porch for him to retrieve, but who knows when he will retrieve his things, because he came back earlier, touched his things like he was going to take them, and then just immediately left. All I can say is, I am so relieved that we caught this before the lease was finalized, because this easily could have turned into a situation where Tracy and I were being assaulted, or worse. I, 34 female, reside in an upstairs room that was my first room to myself as a child. I had to leave a bad situation and therefore ended up back at my childhood home. For reference, when our house was built, we were told that the field to our left would one day soon be a development. It was 2000 when we were told that, and it wasn't until 2022 that roads started being formed and foundations laid. I'd already had someone follow me home before when I was young, but I was in a different bedroom next door. My parents put in a free library that's right below my window and nighttime security lights that are very bright and turn on when you're within 20 feet of the side of my house my room is on. I'll admit, having an open field next to me so long made me accustomed to not closing the curtains when I change, because there was never anyone to watch. Now there is. For the past 2 weeks, the burglar lights next to my free library have been going off late at night. Because my one side of the curtain is open, I can use my vape. That's the only reason I noticed it at all. I didn't think too much of it at first. We lock all the doors and windows every night, and I'm on the second floor. I also always looked out to see if it was a car, someone walking their dog, or a deer, only to see nothing. To add, they put in a ton of streetlights around this area, so visibility is great. But it just kept happening. So last night, I did my usual and I saw the lights come on and out of my peripherals. I acted natural, giving full view of the window I was going to bed. It was about 3 a.m. Turning the TV off, closing the window and curtains, turning the lights out. Then I ducked down, peering through the curtains to the sidewalk below. I honestly thought I was going to pass out when, after a few minutes, maybe 5, someone comes out from the side of my house, all silhouette, dressed in black. They kept their back to me until the light turned off, but I swear I could still see them standing there, looking up well, like they could see me. I called the police, but while I was on the phone with the operator, I saw him run off. There wasn't much they could do, except they say they'd have a car drive around and look. My parents are asleep and I know I have to tell them tomorrow. This scares the crap out of me. If it hadn't been happening for weeks and was a solo incident, I probably would be fine about it. But the fact that the light had been going off without me seeing activity and what happened tonight makes me think this person has been watching me and watching my house. So I recently had a few encounters with a delivery guy. First was when he asked me my full name from my previous address, and then saying, "You moved, huh?" while smiling creepily. I thought he was just a delivery guy that was trying to do small talk, so I brushed him off. I'm living alone, so I thought I was just being overthinking by getting creeped out. Then I realized after I thought about it that he was my neighbor in my previous address. He struck up a conversation with me saying he knows one of my friends. I don't like talking to strangers, so I didn't talk with him long, but it stayed with me because I felt uncomfortable with him, like he felt he was dangerous. After that, I was going out and saw him again delivering to my neighbor, and I ignored him trying to walk by. He saw me and recognized me, even if I was wearing a mask, and asked the same question again. After that, since I don't go out much often, I don't see him as often. There was this one time he was standing in front of my neighbor's house, but I just walked by. And I saw him in my Facebook friend requests, and I just ignored him again. But I was obviously creeped out, so I told my friend, and he said he knew. At first, my friend said she didn't know anyone with that name, but his last name made her recognize him as soon as a son of a family friend. They never talked. His family didn't know he was working as a delivery guy, and he was laid off because he became obsessed with his boss, which was older than his mom. I also lost my keys, so I asked my landlord for a replacement. I didn't think much of it until I got home to my door open. Obviously, I was cautious, but there was no one at my apartment, so I sighed in relief, thinking maybe I left it open. I am night shift, so sometimes my mind is all over the place. Now that I'm thinking about it, I overlooked a lot of things, and am now thinking of installing security in front of my apartment. I am still scared, though, because he knows my address. My friend told me to report him to the police, but I'm too scared because they might just let him go and he'll take revenge on me. She also told me he might be doing drugs as told by his family since he is acting suspicious. The most I can do right now is change my locks and install a camera in front.
Well, good evening. Lovely to have you here as usual. This week's episode of Horror Stories Narrated is about Tinder. Please stay safe out there when using these apps, because you never know who could be out there. Without further ado, grab yourself a snack, sit back and relax, and hope that tonight will not be your last.
I went on a Tinder date some time ago while I was adjusting to a new city I had moved to. I didn't really know anybody there, so I used some online dating apps to see the dating scene around town. I landed one from a girl who seemed just like an artsy hippie type of girl. We had a few exchanges through the Tinder app and then decided to meet up for a drink. I picked her up at her house and she greeted me at the door and gave me a hug. She said the name of a local bar she wanted to go for us to chat and to get to know each other. I told her I would drive and proceeded to my car. The first red flag I noticed was when I walked to my car and opened the door. She had just followed me to the driver's side and was standing behind me staring. I looked at her blankly for about 15 seconds and asked her if she was going to get in. She said, "Sure, I would love to," and went the long way to the passenger side around the back of the car. Since I had just met the girl, I figured she may have just smoked some weed or something, as I had kind of the vibe she got a bit of a stoner. As the driving to the bar, she talked in a very low voice, almost as if she was trying to whisper. I am not hard of hearing or anything, but I had to ask her to repeat herself several times, just so I could make out the full sentences she was saying. When we got back to the bar, I made sure we got a seat closer to the back away from most people, just so I could have a little quiet in order to hear her. The conversations honestly carried on as normal from this point, and it was actually a fun time for the time being. We talked about different things we were interested in. She did bring up she did recreationally use weed and a few other tripping substances, like shrooms and such. I'm not much of a fan of these, but at least it made me relax in the back of my mind to think maybe she was just high off marijuana and that rationally explained some of the out there behavior. Granted, I had a few drinks at this point, so I was honestly not thinking straight. I asked her if she wanted to go to my place after drinks, and she agreed. When we got to my place, we had a few more drinks, and then she started talking about her jewelry. This is where it gets weird. She told me her jewelry was her big secret and it defined her. When I asked her why it was so important, she said, "I'm actually Anastasia, and I was never killed in Russia. My jewelry is my link to the past." It was hard for me to take that serious at that point, with how much I drank, so I kind of challenged that statement using the little bit I knew about history. At this point, she freaked out and started yelling at the top of her lungs about how I don't respect ancestors and history. Then she got quiet and tiptoed right up to me and grabbed me by the neck. She then brought my face eye to eye with hers while still holding my neck. She says at this point, "I am a shaman and I will curse you. My ancestors have destroyed many people and you do not respect that. You are from oppressive ancestors and they will be punished." Then she put her hand in a whiskey glass and made a cross on my face and kissed my forehead. At this point, I started to sober up a little. I talked her into calming down, telling her I was only joking. Then she slowly started going back to normal. Then she started talking about her cat fetish. She tells me she has a list of people who she tames to act as cats. I am not about judging people on the fetishes, so I listen, and she then tells me all the things she does to them and starts acting like a cat in my living room. If she had not yelled at me earlier on, I might have almost been turned on by it. My red flags in my head were tingling like crazy at this point, so I just listened and tried not to set her off. She noticed sage on my kitchen counter and asked me to let her light it and bless the house. I use sage to make my house smell better occasionally. It's kind of a ritual I like to do, but it's mine and mine own. Something I take very personally and like to do myself. I tell her no. She freaks out, telling me I am a horrible human being and screaming all over the place. I tell her I can take her home now, and she runs to the door and goes outside. As I get outside, she is screaming at the top of her lungs that I am a horrible person and that I should go die. I tell her she can walk herself home, and I go back to my place and lock the door. She then starts banging on the door hard in about 10 minutes, saying she left her phone in there. I grab her phone off the kitchen counter and open the door to hand it to her. She tries to barge inside and I block her with my forearm. She then acts like she's about to punch me. I just hold my ground and tell her she is not coming in. She screams that she wanted the whiskey bottle and we were drinking from. I told her hell no, because I paid for the damn thing. I slam the door in that point and lock it. I hear her bang on the door for a while. I then hear her footsteps going down the stairs. I waited about an hour and then went walking outside to see if she was still hanging around. I didn't see her, nor did I ever see her again after that. I know this is probably not the scariest encounter ever, but for the next few nights I was creeped out, always walking around the area I live in to make sure she wasn't hanging around. I just came out of a relationship and felt like a bit of casual dating would be fun, so I went on to Tinder. I made it clear to the few people I actually matched with and spoke to that I didn't want anything serious, just a dinner date or a pub night here and there. I matched with a really cute guy, let's call him Pete. He had just moved to my city and also wasn't looking for anything serious. He just wanted to meet at some people and see some local spots. The first night we met up a well-known tapas bar. I chose this place because I had a few friends that were waitresses and bar staff there, so I felt safe meeting a stranger here. He was on time, we had nice chats, really cool guy on first impression. We spoke about work, to which he responded that he's a software developer but he's just started his freelancing career. We spoke about where he stays now that he's moved up here, and he said he's sharing a place with some friends. Rent is quite pricey in this city, so it made sense to me. He asked where I live, and I told him I'm lucky to have my own one-bedroom apartment in quite a nice and popular part of town. Mostly thanks to my parents that helped me save and gave me a portion of the deposit money for my 21st birthday, which I invested and grew until I had enough to put it down a decent deposit. He then offered to drop me off at home, but I said no. I'd prefer to Uber home by myself. He asked if this was because I'm gonna go meet someone else after him, and I laughed because I genuinely thought this was a joke. The next time I saw Pete was about 3 days later. He said he knew it was fast, but he actually couldn't stop thinking about me and wanted to see me again. This time we met at a different restaurant, also one I chose because I went to school with the owner and knew all the staff pretty well. The place is a little bit more pricey, and he got super annoyed with me for ordering as much as I did. I couldn't understand why, as since I insisted on paying for my own stuff both times we met. That night, same story. Let me drop you off at home, please. Again, I said no. While we're in the middle of this conversation, he gets a call. He stepped away, but I could still hear a fair amount. No, I think I'm gonna stay with you again. Yeah, I'm with her. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'll be home soon. So now I think he's chatting to his roommate or maybe his mom, but I don't ask. He comes back to our table. Please, I insist. Bad things happen to women that Uber home this late by themselves. I'd feel better if I dropped you off. Not having the energy to argue, I tell him, fine, and I put my address into his GPS. As soon as he got home, he messages me and tells me he'll be picking me up in the morning to go for a picnic. I reply that I actually have cleaning to do, but again, he insists that he'll see me at 10. Come again at 10 a.m. that next morning. Best believe he's right outside my apartment. I get into his car, and as he leans over to kiss my cheek, I notice that his breath stinks. I'm a little bit grossed out. We have our picnic, and it's quite nice. He tried to kiss me a few times, but I avoided it with everything in me. By about 4 p.m., I told him I really want to go home, and that the park we went to is about an hour and a half drive from my apartment, so I couldn't really Uber back home because it would cost a fortune. He agrees it's time to go, so we get back in his car and we're off. I fell asleep in the car on the drive back, and when I woke up, he asked if we should finish the rest of my bubbly we got for mimosas up at my apartment. I said to him I don't want to, and he just snaps. He raised his voice and said something along the lines of, "What are you hiding from me? Just be honest. Why are you so desperate to keep me out of your apartment?" I was so confused I actually just kept quiet. He dropped me off, but I could still see his car from my apartment for about half an hour before he actually left. About 5 minutes later after he left, he let me know that he's home safe and he's thinking of starting to fall for me. So naturally I'm freaked out, because I made it clear that I didn't want anything serious, and he said he felt the same. I said to him, if that's the case, I think we should take a break from hanging out with each other. About 5 days later, he messages and asks if we can go for dinner again. He found a cool Indian cuisine place he knows I'll love. He should just send me the address. He tells me that he'll pick me up. So 7 p.m. comes, he tells me he's downstairs. And as I go down to meet him, I see he's standing at my gate. I press the remote control to open the gate, and he walked inside to meet me. Show me which one is yours. I'd love to see how you live. Not hi, not how are you. That's his opening line. So now I'm naturally unsettled. I say to him that I'm starving. Could we go for dinner and I'll show him my place at a later stage? At dinner, he gets a call again. This time he didn't step away. Yeah, I don't know. I can let you know by about 10. He then turns to me. Am I sleeping by you tonight? No. I don't know. I have work tomorrow. Yes, me too. And then back to the caller. I'll let you know, okay? No, you're not. Can you just get your things, please? And do what with them? Take them to that girl you're seeing. I'm done asking you. Now I'm sitting here in absolute shock and terror. What was going on here? Our food arrives and we barely speak. I say to him, why did you ask me if you can sleep over by me? We're not spending time together like that. You know this. He then spins his story about how he just wants to hang out and again see how I live. I then say to him very frankly that I don't like having strangers in my apartment. He gets very touched and the bill arrives. As per usual, I pay myself, and he pays for himself. I say to him I'll get an Uber home, and he says, what's the use? I already know where you live. Let me drop you off. Right now, I've already decided that this will be the last time I see him. I get into his car, and I reach for my jumper that I threw in the back when he fetched me. I noticed a bag in the back of the car, full of clothes and toiletries, as well as a pillow. I don't think much of it. I don't personally drive or own a car, but I know my sister always has the most random stuff on the back seat. On the way home, he's dead quiet, when suddenly he says, do you know how selfish you are? I've had no issue driving you around, but you don't want me to sleep over by you. I say to him that I've never had an issue with Ubering, and if he's so touched, I also have no issue with paying him what the Ubers would have costed me. I'm over this, and I'm not even playing nice anymore. His phone rings again. Your stuff is at the security boom at the gate, Pete. Stay with your girlfriend or stay with your mom. You're fucked for taking advantage of everyone like this. Then Pete says, I don't speak to my mom, you know this. And then hangs up. Now I think this is maybe an ex-girlfriend that he needs to collect things from. Before I've even had a chance to process what happened, he turns to me and starts yelling at me. I have nowhere to go. Are you happy? You spoiled brat, living off mommy and daddy's money, getting driven around by me like I work for you? My whole body got stiff with fear. I don't know if I'm going to cry or throw up. In my head, I'm just planning how I'm going to grab my bag the second he stops and run straight to the cafe under my apartment. If you run through the cafe, you can get to a gate that takes you to the back part of my apartment, and it works with fingerprint access. There wasn't time to still find my keys in my bag, and I didn't want the main gate I normally use to open wide enough for him to get in while I go in. He stops at my apartment, and as I planned, I jump out, run into the cafe, run out the back, through the little gate, up to the second floor, and hammered on my neighbor's door. I went inside and told her and her husband everything that happened and asked if they would mind calling the cafe to explain why I ran through. I blocked Pete, and I haven't seen him since. I'm still not sure what his case was. From what I gathered, he was basically homeless, and I think he wanted to get into my apartment to maybe sleep over there for a while. I'm not sure if the girl that kept calling him was also a Tinder date that let her into his apartment and he just never left. All I know is that he scared the living daylights out of me, and I would never, ever want to see him again. So I downloaded Tinder when I was 18. And being single in a big city, I ended up going on a lot of fun dates. One guy really caught my attention because, well, he was really attractive. We chat a bit, and I felt pretty into him, so I decided we could meet for coffee. He was sweet, charming, and we had a great conversation about school, art, and music. We found out we were both musicians, and the date was going so well that I agreed to walk the few blocks back to his house so he could play some music for me. I was new to online dating, and I'm still fairly naive, so I followed him into his weird converted garage bedroom and sat down on the couch while he pulled out his keyboard. He played for a while, and I started getting a little antsy. He was super into the music and kind of getting aggressive. He was slamming keys down and making these weird noises, so I shot up out of my seat and told him I should get going soon. He went back to normal. His tone changed and his posture became less hunchbacked. So when he apologized for getting carried away, I agreed to sit back down on the couch so we could talk more. He came and sat down next to me, and we went back to our earlier conversation. He seemed back to normal and nice, so when he asked if he could kiss me, I agreed. He leaned in and toward me, and when I closed my eyes waiting, I wanted but didn't feel his lips. So I opened my eyes a peek and saw him staring at me. I threw my head back, surprised, but he had snaked his hand back toward my hair and interwoven his fingers so I couldn't move. He then inhaled deeply and told me, "You smell like you're Jewish. I can tell because you smell like my aunt's house." I was totally freaked out at this point, partly because, yes, I am Jewish, and tried to wiggle away from him frantically, stating that I had to go. He then jumped on top of me, and to my horror started sobbing, yelling that he's so sorry he made me uncomfortable. His body weight was completely preventing me from moving, so I forced myself to rub his back. I told him that I wasn't uncomfortable at all, and that he was really sweet. He made me promise over and over again that I'd see him again before finally getting up off of me. I moved to the door and tried calmly to tell him that I really needed to go. He was blocking my way, and all I could think of was I needed him to let me leave. I couldn't fight it off. He told me I needed to kiss him before I could leave, and I quickly pecked him on the lips. He smiled at me, and I was glad that he didn't expect more. "Call me, please. I think that went well," he said, as he opened up the garage door and I scurried out. I called my mom and started crying as soon as I was far enough away. She called me a cab home, and I blocked him from every way we had contacted each other. I saw him once after that on campus, and that was enough for me. Met a guy on Tinder, and we really started to hit it off. We'd been chatting for a few weeks and even discovered that we had a few mutual friends. I was pretty intoxicated one night and feeling social and decided to call an Uber for his place. Once I got there, we ended up talking outside for a while and ended up vibing even better in person. I opened up to him about my health problems, and he opened up to me about his older sister who had passed away from a similar condition to mine. I was curious about his sister, but I definitely didn't want to pry. We walked into his house, and it smelled like 1,000 dead rats were rotting under the floorboard. I was still pretty drunk, so I tried to forgive it because, hey, sometimes animals die under a house or in the walls. I start to look around and the whole house looks like a cluttered storage unit. He takes me to his room, which seemingly normal, and we hook up. I ended up falling asleep there and woke up around 10 a.m. to the stench of death. I opened my eyes, feeling very sober, and started to look around the room. I noticed that only girls' clothes were hung in his closet. I start to assume I've possibly been cheated with. Then I see a giant black binder on his nightstand. When he woke up, I decided to jokingly ask him what's in that giant binder. Turns out it was every single episode of Golden Girls printed out. He said he read it at work and that it's the only show he'll ever watch. Okay, I asked him what he did for work, and he dodged the question. I sat up and looked at the pillow I'd been cozily sleeping on. It had no pillowcase and was covered in what looked to be old blood. It looked like the blood had been coughed into it. I started putting the unpleasant pieces together. I asked as sensitively as I could, "Hey, was this your sister's room?" He says, "Yeah, and this is her bed. I haven't changed or washed anything. It just makes me feel better to be in her bed. This is actually where I held her when she died, and you remind me so much of her. I really, really like you." And then casually tried to hook up with me again, like he didn't just drop unsettling news. I felt immensely sorry for him, but he needed to get out of there. I made some excuse and left. I decided to not entirely ghost him because of how bad I felt for him. He was clearly dealing with some really dark stuff. We kept in contact for a few weeks until I went on my Find My Friends app and noticed he had clearly taken my phone while I was asleep that night and shared my location with himself. I called him and went off. This was not my first rodeo with a stalker type, and I was not dealing with it. He told me he couldn't believe I thought he would do that, and I'm being a really terrible person dumping him. I blocked him. After he said that, combined with his tendency to hold on to things, it really made me wonder what that smell actually was. Let's hope not, and though, I hope he gets help. This all happened when I was 19. I'm not the best looking dude, so I've never had much luck with women, and I ended up on Tinder. I wasn't having much luck on there either until like the third month of using it, when a blonde woman named Katie messaged me. She was pretty enough that I just dismissed her as a bot. It wasn't until 3 days later that she messaged me again, which was odd because bots almost never message more than once. We'd been talking for like a month when she proposed the idea that I come see her. I was pretty reluctant as she lived nearly 8 hours from me by car. But I had to admit I really did like her quite a bit, and I had been thinking about asking her if I could come see her for a while now. At this point, I had no reason to doubt she was who she said she was. We had video chatted every other week and called most days. I just assumed I got really lucky. Things did get a little weird on their way though. She kept messaging me, asking me where I was and making sure I was still coming. At some points, when I took more than 30 minutes to respond, she sent me a slew of annoyed texts. Admittedly, I had chalked this all up to her being nervous about me coming to see her. I was pretty nervous too, so I couldn't blame her. I had a hard time finding the house at first. The directions she gave me were pretty confusing, and it was back through a series of gravel and dirt roads. Still midday when I came onto an old-looking house. A window on the second floor was boarded up, but it didn't look abandoned, just worse for wear. I took up my phone and texted her that I was here. She only sent a smiley face in return. When I got out of my car to go knock on the door, I noticed someone was looking at me from one of the second floor windows. I found it a little creepy, but figured it was just her father or something. She answered with a smile and even gave me a kiss, which surprised, and I followed her inside. We sat down on her couch and started talking about our plans when I asked her about her dad. "You didn't tell me your dad was here. Was that going to be a surprise?" Katie then looked confused and told me her dad wasn't here. I still thought she was keeping up the act, and I told her that she didn't have to keep pretending, that I had seen him looking at me through the upstairs window. Katie went pale and said that we had to get out of here now. We both ran to our cars, and when I questioned Katie, she informed me that her dad wasn't there and that she had been home alone until I showed up. I called the police, and while I was on the phone giving the address, Katie gasped and pointed to the window. He was looking at us from outside the window again. I got a better look of him, and he seemed older and frail, almost like he hadn't eaten anything in a while. He left the window after we saw him. The police took half an hour to show up, and the whole time Katie was crying and mumbling about how she was an idiot. When the police finally did show up, one started asking me and Katie questions, and the other two searched the house. They came back out a little later and told me and Katie that, while they didn't find anyone, they did find that the back door was hanging open. After the cops left Katie, they asked me to stay the night because she looked scared to be in her house alone. I gladly did, and we slept downstairs on the couch as Katie's bed was in the room next to the one the man had been in. Katie had also brought the shotgun that her father had given her but never used. I told her it was fine, the man's gone, but she insisted, saying she'd feel safer if we had it out. I'm glad she did. Later that night, I was still wide awake watching TV. Katie had somehow managed to fall asleep. From the kitchen, I had heard the sound of a doorknob being turned. At this point, I wasn't even scared, I was just pissed. I flipped on the light in the kitchen and pointed the gun at the kitchen door, and there he was. The guy had been in the house before and was standing on the other side of the glass door. He looked shocked, and I'm glad we had locked the door. The man unfroze and yet again ran into the woods. I woke up Katie and told her what happened and called the police again. When they arrived, they did a sweep of the woods and found no one yet again. They told Katie and me that it'd probably be a good idea to stay somewhere else for the night. We said our goodbyes. She was going to stay at her friend's house and I was going home. I left a little after Katie did. I was on the phone with my brother telling him about what happened. My headlights were on and I was talking. Something caught my eye. That man was standing at the corner of the house just watching me. I gunned it out of there and didn't even bother calling the police again. But I did text Katie and she said she was going to call them again. I don't think Katie had ever went back into that house alone. This was 3 years ago, and I started college down the country. I was 18 and on Tinder. I never actually met anyone off of it, but I would just swipe through guys just to be nosy. I was swiping right on some, and about an hour after, I got a message off this guy, who according to his account was about 20 kilometers away. We made some small talk. It was awkward and I stopped replying. A day later, I got a friend request off him on Facebook. Mind you, I have a common enough name so it wouldn't have took ages for him to have found me. We have no mutual friends and my Tinder photos is not on my Facebook page. The only thing I had on it was the university I was attending, so maybe that was how he found me, but I don't know. Then I quickly got a follow request on Instagram and he somehow found my Snapchat username. I don't have it on my social media and it's a variation of my full name with extra added in vowels and an underscore. I was freaking out at this point. I messaged him asking how he found out my full name and he just replied with, "I think we have a connection. I really want to get to know you better." I unmatched him, deleted my Tinder, and blocked the accounts he tried to add me on all social media. After that, it was quiet for a few months. I was staying in digs and was knuckling down as I had a lot of assignments from the get-go. This was towards the end of November. I had no assignments due for 2 weeks, so I decided to go out with some friends. One of my friends stayed in student accommodation and the other was commuting, so she was staying with another friend. I decided to walk back to my digs as my landlady would probably freak out if I wasn't home that morning, and I really wish I got a taxi instead. My walk back was about 15 minutes from the local nightclub we were at. It was about 3 a.m. at this point. I was at the front door of the house opening up. The door was annoying as it had 2 different locks and I had to pull the handle towards myself to help open. It's also tough when you're tipsy and trying not to wake up the family you're staying with. Anyway, as I finally unlock the door, a dark car pulls into the housing estate I'm staying in. It's quite big and has a big green area in the middle for children and people to play with their dogs. The car comes towards me, so I quickly get inside to lock the door. The car pulls into the driveway of the house I'm staying in and just sits there with the full headlights on. I'm there shaking and too afraid to move from crouch below the door, as there's frosted glass about halfway up. As I get the courage to go upstairs to look out my bedroom window to see who it is, the car pulls out of the driveway and speeds away. A few days later, I get a new friend request off the creepy Tinder guy and a new Facebook profile, as there was no photos on this account, just the same name. Blocked. It was enough that it caused me to transfer universities the following year. Thankfully, I haven't heard of anything since. I don't know if it was just bad timing or if it was that creep on Tinder that sat in the driveway, but it was petrifying. If you take anything from this, be careful who you let in on social media or dating apps and what information you have up. So this just happened today. Against my better judgment at the beginning of the month, I got a Tinder. I matched with a few guys. One of them is James. We ended up texting each other and he seemed pretty chill and pretty into me. He's a decent looking guy and we seemed to click. He had apparently been in a relatively abusive relationship with a woman and he was looking to start over. According to him, she had hit him with a frying pan and pepper sprayed him once. He kept going on about how crazy she was. We went out to the movies this past Friday, and I had a great time. We ended up talking for a few hours and we hit it off pretty well. I asked about the ex because I was a bit curious as to why he'd stay with someone like that. He didn't say anything positive about her, just that she was crazy, had mental illnesses, and didn't take her meds, that kind of stuff. She had tried to baby trap him, but she had a miscarriage. He expressed relief that she didn't end up with the kid. He said he had felt obligated to her. Again, I get that. In all, I had a good time. This morning rolls around and he tells me that he had hooked up with his ex last night and that he was going to try and work things out with her. Mildly insulting that I lost out to an abusive chick, but whatever. I tell him it's cool. He then a few hours later texted me that she was still crazy and he thought she was changing but she wasn't. Blah blah. He kept asking if he could see me. He wasn't being very pushy about wanting to see me today. He begged for 5 minutes of my time so he could explain to me. I politely told him that I don't want to be involved with someone who was so clearly hung up on his ex. This is where it got nuts. He admitted he still was, but that he wanted to see me today so I could meet her and she could determine if I was better for him than she was. And that she wanted him to be happy because he and I had a connection. I flipped after that. Told him that the fact that he needed his ex to determine who was right for him was absolutely nuts and that is not what love is and I wanted no part in it. His ex started texting me after that, and it was non-stop insults and incoherent stuff that made no sense. She also dropped the bomb that she was his wife. I told her to leave me alone and block the number. I went on Tinder to message him where I called him a piece of crap, and if he was intelligent he should leave her and never message me again. He started to harass me, saying that I was miserable because they had a beautiful love together and all this crazy stuff. He then went on to say, "My wife knows where you work. I hope she doesn't do anything rash." And I told him if that's a threat, I would gladly go to the police. He then said that she's been to jail before, she's not afraid, and that she loves him so much she'd mess anyone up and risk jail for him. That she'd kill my friends if they tried to protect me. That she's armed and dangerous. I told him goodbye, reported him, and deleted my Tinder account. I did go to the police tonight, but since it wasn't a direct threat, they can't do much. The cop thinks that James was more or less full of crap and just trying to scare me, since some people love getting off on that stuff. He said I did the right thing by blocking him and reporting him, and said I should just keep my eyes open and alert the people at my job. The scary thing is, James seemed completely normal, but he lied about being married, how he felt towards his wife, and he flipped like a switch. His excuse for not being upfront about being married was that they were going to get a divorce. He seemed so docile and unassuming, and the hatred and aggressive attitude was insane. I have to honestly wonder what would have happened if I had gone to talk for 5 minutes. I'm kind of concerned since they do know where I work, but if either of them try anything, then the cops can actually nail them. What a weekend.
Good evening. It is so wonderful to have you back here. This week's episode is some stories narrated about horror stories while traveling. Now, please be careful while traveling. Obviously, you never know what's going to happen, what type of people are going to be out there. So stay safe. And with that said, grab yourself a snack, sit back and relax, and hope that tonight will not be your last.
My grandparents' job required them to travel across the United States in a large truck with a trailer. I traveled with them and was homeschooled on the road. We lived in hotels, ate at fast food restaurants, diners, and truck stops. While most adults would love to travel for free and see beautiful locations like California, Nevada, Colorado, Texas, I was a young girl and wanted to stay back home with my friends and family. But of course, it wasn't my decision. What my parents would understand is that, as a developing child, I would be in many dangerous situations due to being in unfamiliar cities with sketchy characters. The first story happened in Nevada at 12 years old. After 12 hours on the road, my grandparents and I finally arrived to Las Vegas for the first of our 5-night stay. In order to save money to account for the last-minute guest, me, of course, we stayed at a cheap hotel on the not-so-best part of a town a little outside of the city. It was cheaper to stay there, but the hotel had complimentary breakfast, a family-friendly guarantee, but most importantly, a pool. I had been traveling with them for not even 2 weeks, and what would happen next would set the tone for the next year I spent on the road. My new guardians and I were down at the pool, catching rays and cooling down under the 117-degree heat. I was excited to go swim and tan because it was summer, and it was a break from being lectured and punished for my bad behavior, which resulted in me being sent to live with them. I was laid out on a beach chair in a small bikini working on my tan when an older woman, around 40, approached me and my grandfather. She asked if there was a member of our family still in the hotel. He replied, "No, my wife is the only other person here with us, and she's in the pool. Her face turned white and replied, I don't want to alarm you, but I've noticed a man in his underwear at his window taking pictures of her, and we both darted our heads to the rooms facing the pool to see what she meant, and to my horror, I saw a skinny, disheveled man with his camera documenting my unnerved face. I could make out the satisfied smile behind the camera and saw the rapid movements of his forearm. He noticed my grandma charging inside the hotel to find out where he was and to make sure that he was dealt with. He was gone before management could check every room in relevance to the guesstimate provided. I still, even years later, am disturbed by the idea of what he did with the pictures of my just developing body. I wonder how dangerous he may have been. If he wasn't discovered by the stranger at the pool, would he have approached me? My other story takes place on Route 66. I can't remember the exact location due to it not being a semi-permanent location for us. We stopped at a truck stop in the desert to fill the tank and get snacks. It was about 1:45 a.m., and we had a couple more hours to go until we reached our hotel for the night. My grandfather was filling the truck and my grandmother was in the restroom when I was walking down the candy aisle looking for some on-the-road treats. I was then approached by a 60-year-old trucker who was holding the then-new Twilight DVD. He started rambling about how much he liked it and how it's very romantic and sexy, and how he thought it was a beautiful like Bella. He said he was going to buy it for me, but first needed help filling his truck up and asked me to come help him. I was young and naive and ultimately decided to follow him to his semi. He proceeded to largely grin, showing his smoke-stained teeth, and grabbed my wrists tightly to take me back to his truck. I began to feel bad vibes by how hard and eager and quickly he escorted me away from my family. Luckily, an employee there had been eyeing him the whole 2 hours he had been creeping around the truck stop and caught him dragging me away in around time to alert my grandma, whom she had seen me enter with. My grandma came running like hell with the employees who had alerted her, screaming that she was calling the police. The strange man proceeded to bolt the remaining 15 feet to his semi-truck and sped off. My grandmother had the management give her the license number from the security footage and reported the incident to the local police. After taking her statement and researching the license number and description, they told her how lucky she was to stop him in time because the truck driver was a listed sex offender. Also, it had been in the news that in the different states along Route 66 there had recently been 2 kidnappings. Several more incidents would occur during the remaining time spent on the road. Though less severe, I would be on many different occasions pursued by older men, some in the military, to be tricked into being alone with them even after telling them my age. Stories mentioned would actually save me from being lured away. Of course, I would rather be a carefree child, enjoying innocence and adventure, but in the long run, these creepy encounters would result in me being vigilant and sensitive to my surroundings. I recently took my first ever trip out of the country and went to Peru. The travel advisory for the area warns of possible terrorism and crime. During the trip, several Peruvians told me it wasn't safe for women to walk alone, that it wasn't safe to use a cell phone in a car with an open window because it could get snatched, that saying no to a robber could get killed, etc. The friend who invited me and myself spoke decent enough Spanish to get by, but someone speaking rapidly or switching from English to Spanish, like the man in this story, was difficult to understand. We got off the plane in Lima at around 1 a.m. and headed outside to find our Uber. My friend and I are very different people. She acts like she has real-life plot armor. I have PTSD and am hyper-vigilant and extremely cautious. When we stepped outside, a man started shouting at us in Spanish and aggressively gesturing to walk away from where we were standing. I don't know what she thought, but I thought maybe we were standing in the wrong area and he worked in the airport. I quickly changed my mind as he had nothing to suggest that and started snapping taxi at us when he heard us speak English. My friend explained in English and Spanish that we were waiting for our Uber. He walked away. My friend stopped paying attention, but I noticed he went to a group of men for a huddle. I could make out aggressive snatches of Uber, Uber, Berto. One of the men broke away dressed in sort of a suit and rapidly approached. For this conversation and the rest of our interaction, he smoked spatches of English mixed with rapid Spanish. He basically started ushering us to the parking area and offered to take my friend's bag. I started objecting, and she mentioned we were waiting for our Uber, and he insisted that it wasn't possible for Uber to come to the airport. He had to take us outside. For some reason, my friend rolled with that and let him take her bag and lock it in the trunk. I kept pointing out that didn't make sense and we shouldn't get in with him, but she went for it, and I wasn't about to be alone in a foreign airport parking lot at 1 a.m. with no phone signal. Me being me, I took down his license plate before I got in the car and recorded much of the conversation. He kept the pretense of taking us to the driver and then started imitating he knew our driver, eventually calling him by name, and my friend forgot she told him earlier and bought that. But then he basically said he was taking us for the Uber instead of Berto. And to the finer points of the broken conversation, he said he knew the address of our hostel, then insisted we tell him what it was. Asked for a fare of about $10 US, and he said he even took card. Then started saying he was with the airport and a taxi company. He kept repeating he was with the airport and flashed a paper at us and said his name was Angel. Angel proceeded to tell us how dangerous Lima was and we shouldn't be going there. We would be robbed, assaulted, etc. And he was especially aghast at what he called ladyboys. Then Angel started insisting he be paid $50 US in cash, which I protested and said it was different from what he claimed. My friend for some reason decided otherwise, and after explaining she didn't have cash, he zipped us to an ATM and demanded she get the money. It was past 1 a.m., dark, in an area that looked like a movie set for a high crime area. I had no signal and she barely had any. No one knew where we were or who we were with, and we didn't know if he was armed. I didn't want to get back into the car, but her suitcase was still in the trunk and we didn't have another ride. I'd heard stories about tourists in foreign countries being scammed in a similar way, and being met with violence if they said no, or even if they agreed. My panic was sky high. But she got the money, and he proceeded to drive us to our hostel, continuing his tirade about the dangers. We passed a young man on the stairwell who appeared to be wearing makeup, and the driver pointed and said something like, "See? Ladyboy. Not safe." That was the only nearly comical part of the situation. He seemed very agitated about a man wearing makeup, whereas I was very concerned about being robbed or murdered. He pulled up to what he claimed was our hostel, and it looked deserted. Angel told us to just knock, and my friend asked if he'd wait to make sure we got in safe. He said okay, and we headed to the door, only to find it locked, dark, and not our hostel. Angel had already gotten back into his car and zipped away.
So we were on the side of a dark street, having been clearly scammed, in an area he emphasized was extremely dangerous for us, with no signal and no way to ask for help. Our hostel ended up being nearby though, and we were able to walk to it and enter without any more issues. To the man who pretended to be our Uber driver, and told us we were in danger repeatedly, demanded more money after taking us away from the airport, then ditched us at a random building in the wee hours of the morning. Let's not meet again unless it involves your sketchy arse going to prison. I'm a long-haul truck driver. I see and deal with a lot of weird and scary stuff. I was traveling up US 93 in Nevada, headed to Portland, Oregon for a delivery. It was around 1:30 and I needed to stop and log my half-hour break. I found a wide spot and pulled off, did my logs up and made myself a sandwich. While I was eating said sandwich, I noticed a vehicle pull up behind me. I did not get too concerned about it, but kept one eye on while I ate. Then it got strange. I noticed a figure in the headlight of the vehicle approach the back and driver's side of my trailer, stop, and looked like they were rubbing the back side of my trailer with their hand. Being suspicious, I got my pistol out of my lockbox back in my sleeper, cocked it and locked it, slid it behind my waistband and proceeded to climb out. I walked about 10 feet back, kept my hand on the butt of my pistol and flicked my flashlight on and aimed it at the person. It was a man who was weird looking in a dirty whitish trench coat, long straggly hair and bald on top. He was rubbing something on the side of the trailer. I hollered at him to stop what he was doing. He looked up at me, smirked, and without turning his gaze off of me, starts walking toward me. I back my way to my door, keeping my hand on my pistol but not pulling it out. Did not feel my life was in danger at that time. Opened my door, climbed into the rig, shut the door and locked it. The dude walks up to my door, looks up at me, still smirking. I'm thinking, what? This dude is off his rockers. I'm thinking, my half-hour break is over and it's time to go. However, while I'm looking at him and getting ready to turn the key, I feel my truck rocking. I jump up and look in my driver's side mirror. Nothing. I look over to check my passenger mirror, and there, on my step, face pressed to my passenger window, is a freaky, perfect replica of an old witch, smiling, rotten teeth, cocking her head left, then right, fogging up my window. Needless to say, I about sucked my seat up in my ass. But that's not the end of it, oh no. The dude then jumps up to my right side step and proceeds to start licking my window. Then the witch lady starts smacking my window with the palm of her hand over and over. The dude starts telling me to open up. Hey boy, open up. Come on now, open up. We're friendly. What you got in this trailer of yours? Anything good? Open up, boy. Now I feel threatened. I pull out my pistol. The chick immediately disappears off my passenger side step. The dude laughs, jumps up and down on my step, then grins. Touches his finger to his nose, then jumps off my step. I fired my truck up and took the hell off. Never did see any headlights following me. Thank God. I'm a 52-year-old female, and I was traveling by car to an out-of-town job assignment. I had stopped at a popular and busy gas station to fill up the car, stretch my legs, use the restroom, and grab a snack. I was approached by a developmentally disabled woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s. She was looking for a ride to town a couple of towns over. Her ride had abandoned her while she was in the restroom. She was a little upset. She didn't have a cell phone and didn't know any phone numbers, so I could call someone for her. I checked with the employees at the store and they said that she had been there for an hour looking for a ride because she said her friends left her while she was in the restroom. I then made the decision to do something I've never done before. Offer a stranger a ride. I wasn't going to the town she wanted to go, but I was heading in that direction, and I told her I would drop her off at the grocery store in the next town where I would be turning off to go to my destination. The grocery store was always busy, and it was very likely she'd have an easier time getting a ride to where she wanted to go. Instead of 25 miles, and she'd have an easier time walking that distance if she had to. This was agreeable for her, and we set off. Right away, I noticed a van following us. I tried to lose the van, but it kept pace. Meanwhile, the woman wanted to play with my phone. I told her no, it wasn't a toy, it was for work and I moved it out of her reach. The van then speeds up and starts to get closer. The woman suddenly remembers her boyfriend's phone number and we need to call him. I can't use my phone while driving and I was approaching the outskirts of the business district of the next town and no cell phone use while driving signs everywhere. I told her that we're almost to the grocery store. She becomes agitated and yells, "No, you have to take me home." I told you I can't do that. I'm not going there. It's in the opposite direction of where I need to go and I'm expected soon. We'll call him from the parking lot. She becomes more upset and frustrated. The van is getting closer. I pull into the grocery store parking lot. It's about 4 p.m. The store is busy. I pull up in front of the store and ask for her boyfriend's number. She can't remember his number. She won't get out of the car. She's arguing with me and the van is pulling into the parking lot. There is a sheriff's deputy parked nearby and I roll down my window and signal that I need to speak to him. He walks over to me and asks what's going on. I tell him where I met the woman and now she won't get out of the car, and under my breath I tell him the van has been following us. The deputy tells the woman, "She brought you where you asked her to. It's time for you to leave her car now." She slowly gets out of the car, and I ask once more for her boyfriend's number, and she says, "You're crazy. I don't have a boyfriend." "Oh look, there are my friends now," and she points to that van. The deputy and I share a look, and he says, "Give me your contact info. I can delay them for about 20 minutes while I check their license and registration, and lecture them about abandoning a special needs adult. You get out of here and I'll check on you before my shift is over. And don't pick up any more hitchhikers." I left and went to my destination. He called me to make sure I got to where I was going and told me that they were keeping an eye on the van and its owner. He told me he also contacted a colleague at the sheriff's department in the county where I was working, and that she would contact me in a day or two. While I was on assignment there, I spoke to 2 deputies and a detective about the woman in the van. No one ever told me anything about them, but they were very interested in them. My nightmare is one day I'll turn on a true crime show and see a report about this woman and her gang robbing and killing people. Between August 2012 and June 2013, when I was 20 years old, my boyfriend Ryan was living abroad in Trieste, Italy, as a teacher. We're both from New England, and I was unfortunately stuck at home for my junior year of college. 10 months is a long time to be in a long-distance relationship, so for Christmas my parents told me I could go visit Ryan over his February holiday, which fell on his birthday and Valentine's Day. In short, it was perfect. When the time came, I sat at the airport and said a quick goodbye and happy birthday to Ryan via text message, as I knew that I wouldn't have service on the flight or at all in Europe. He wasn't able to meet me at the airport because of work, so he texted me directions about what to do when I landed in Trieste. The directions went something like this. When you land, go out to the buses. Get on the C bus and take it for about 45 minutes. At the end, you'll be at a tram station, and I'll meet you there. It wouldn't hurt to get a map or ask someone for directions if they speak English, but if you follow my directions, you should have no problem. This all seemed pretty straightforward to me, but as I was sitting on the bus, I couldn't help but feel I had done something wrong. You know how it is. When you're helpless, you always assume the worst. And I was pretty helpless in a foreign country with little knowledge of the language and no traveling companion. So naturally I was worried. I decided to try to communicate with the woman next to me, just to calm my nerves. Scusi, inglese? Parle inglese? She made a face and held up her fingers to show she spoke a little English. Oh, grazie. I'm looking for the train station. Stazione treno? Dove? I pulled out the map and I got at the airport and pointed to the train station on the map. She smiled immediately. Sì, vengo con me. Which I'm pretty sure means come with me, and even if it doesn't, she seemed to know where I wanted to go, and after viewing the map, how could she not? About 15 or 20 minutes into the ride, the bus stops in a really sketchy-looking part of the city. The woman stood up and made a come here gesture with her hands. I looked around at the buildings outside and didn't see a train station anywhere. Ryan had been adamant that I wouldn't miss it, and I had only been on the train for half the time he said I would be. Alarm bells started going off in my head. This woman was being so insistent, yet she knew exactly where I wanted to go because I had shown her on the map, and this clearly wasn't it. She then grabbed my arm and tried to pull me out of my seat. I was not having any of this. I said, no grazie, ciao, and waved her goodbye. She looked really irritated but seemed to give up. I heard her mutter something I couldn't understand in Italian, and that's when 5 dudes stood up from all different parts of the bus and got off with her. The 6 of them were clearly together, yet she had sat next to me and had not once talked to any of them over the course of the 20-minute bus ride. I was a little more than creeped out, but I made it to my stop without any further incident about half an hour later. I mentioned my experience to Ryan, and the two of us laughed it off jokingly that I could have ended up like the girl in Taken. I'm pretty sure I was just overreacting, but sometimes I really wonder. Italy is known for human trafficking. A huge ring was just busted in May of this year. I feel like lonely young foreign travelers are probably pretty easy prey for them. And luring a young girl in with a woman and then using men to strong-arm her just doesn't seem so far out of the realm of possibility. Bad people or not, it was pretty scary for me, and I'm glad I had enough sense to stay on the bus. Who knows where I'd be now? This whole story unfolded today. Cops were involved. I almost had a panic attack. It was a whole mess. So, I'm on a trip backpacking around Europe with my brother, currently in Paris. We're staying at this hostel and we're in a 10-bunk bedroom. There was this one guy in the room who was immediately super weird. Almost right away, like as soon as we got settled, he starts talking to us about flying to Libya. He's all, us, Libya, fly tomorrow. And my brother and I are just like, nah, dude. He keeps saying it. We keep saying no. And he's getting progressively more assertive about it. As me and my brother are going around doing sightseeing and stuff, I keep seeing this dude around. When we're at the hostel, he kept following us to the dining hall, out onto the terrace, and I'm getting more creeped out. My brother, ever the non-assertive soul he is, just laughs it off like the dude is joking. This goes on for 2 days. Well, this morning, we were going out to breakfast and I forgot my phone back in the room. So I told my brother to just go ahead and I ran back to get it. I go in the room and the dude is just sitting there. There's no one else in the room and I honestly contemplated just leaving it. But I didn't trust it alone in the room, so I planned to just grab it quickly. That morning, he was still on about Libya, and it was essentially bending over our beds going on about it, despite me repeatedly telling him to stop talking to us. I go in and grab my phone when he suddenly just yells, "Libya, now. We go now." I'm very scared, since at this point we are the only ones in the room, and I just say, "Shut up, dude." And I go to leave when he blocks the door and grabs my shoulder. Still going on about going to the airport and flying to Libya. I shove past him and run away to where my brother and I were going to breakfast. I decided that we were going to switch rooms because this dude was officially creep level 100. We made it back to the hostel, and before we talked to the front desk, we went outside for a smoke and he shows up. I almost yell at him to leave us alone and he flat out says no. I go to the front desk and explain that this dude has been harassing us and we wanted to change rooms. I mentioned what went down in the room, and before I knew it, the cops were called and I was giving a statement. As they were sorting it out, there was a couple of things that jumped out at me. This guy didn't pay in advance. Normally, when you're staying in a hostel, you pay the full amount up front, or if you're staying for a while, you pay weekly. He was paying by the day. He had several pieces of ID in his wallet, none of which matched his description. Apparently, Paris has been having a problem with human trafficking. This guy was escorted out of the hotel by police. He was banned from staying there ever again. Me and my brother switched rooms and we were given vouchers for free dinners for the rest of our stay here. And now, I'm terrified to go out by myself. I swear, if me and that guy had been alone in a more secluded place that didn't have cameras everywhere, I could have been shipped off to Libya.
So this happened a couple of months ago, and I guess I could say this is a warning to everyone out there when taking public transportation when traveling, especially at night. I'm a 17-year-old female who lives in a small city in Malaysia. I usually travel to the big city to visit my boyfriend. Normally I take the train since there's more college students and families and it just feels safer in general. I only take the bus when there's absolutely no trains left. Oh, one time, my boyfriend's family invited me for a family event, so I accepted. I immediately went to book the train tickets, only to find that all the trains for the entire week, morning to night, were all full. Next, I checked for afternoon buses, all of them full as well. The only buses with free seats were evening buses, which left around 5 p.m. So fine, I take those. On the day I had to leave, we go there around 5:25, but apparently the bus had left, so the staff gave us another seat for a 6:45 p.m. bus. No problem, it's not that late. We waited and only by 7:30 the bus arrived. All I was thinking about is how dark it was going to be. I couldn't get a refund and change to another bus for the next day, so I had to stick with the 7:30 bus. I'll admit I was a bit scared, but I brushed it off as paranoia. So skip to 2 hours later when we're halfway to the destination. This is the part that made me refuse taking a late bus ever again. There was this guy who looked in his late 20s sitting in front of me. It was dark and I didn't dare to fall asleep, so I was on my phone chatting with my boyfriend the entire time. I felt someone watching me, and sure enough, I saw the guy's reflection in front of me staring directly at me. What's creepier is that his glare was not kind, and his eyes were quite large. It felt as if he was staring right into my soul. I just ignored him because honestly, he can go screw himself. Just as I thought it couldn't get worse, he started whispering to me. It started off with, "Hey, can I talk to you?" Now, I'm a paranoid person, so I don't talk to someone who just looks plain creepy. And he started saying things like, "Answer me. I just want to talk to you. Please, talk to me." I grew a bit annoyed, so I just plugged my earphones in and put up my hoodie. Then, he had the guts to put his hand through the side of the seats, touch my stuff, and reach for my legs. As soon as I saw his hand, I gave it a good kick. Thankfully, he stopped after that, but the glaring continued. Out of fear, I called my mother and whispered to her everything, and she told me to tell someone about it or ask to switch the seats. I told the older man who was sitting next to me about it, and he got up and took over the seats. Then the creep, he actually pretended to sleep. Then the older man told the creep's friend, "Hey, make sure your friend there don't simply disturb other girls." The man then asked me if I knew my way around the bus station, if I had someone waiting for me there, etc. When I finally arrived, I immediately ran into my boyfriend's arms and swore to never take an evening bus again. This happened a few months ago, in the McDonald's at Copenhagen Station. I was visiting the country for a day, and since I wanted to travel cheap, I decided to take the cheapest bus there was, so just happened to be the one arriving at 11 p.m. The day before, I thought I could save even more money by not renting a bed somewhere and instead spending the night awake, or half asleep at the station. Do my business the next day, and sleep long and well on the bus back home. So this McDonald's is open 24/7. I pretty early discovered that the station was too cold for me to get some shut-eye, so I went inside and bought a coffee and sat down at an empty table. Plenty of lighting and semi-drunk people to keep me awake, I thought. I should add I'm 23 female. After some while of sitting in my spot, a strange guy walked over and placed a full cup of soda on my table. He said something in Danish, I believe, meant, "I ate my food already. I didn't drink any. You should have it instead." I'm Swedish, and although some Swedes understand Danish perfectly well, I have some difficulties doing this, so it was just a guess. Anyway, I didn't really pay much attention to the cup after it was put on my table. I just wrote it off as a random drunk trying to flirt. But I noticed that in front of me, a table away, sat another guy, and he was watching me closely, because we did lock eyes the times I looked up to peek at him. This creeped me out. I really don't like being watched like this, and he just sat there for nearly an hour, even though he had no food in front of him. In the end, this dude stood up and walked over to me, and I cursed internally, thinking I'd have to defend myself and tell him to leave. But he turned, and there stood the guy that had left the soda cup on my table. He told the soda guy to leave after pushing the soda cup back into his arms, and that he didn't want to see him anywhere near this place again. Then he turned around to me and explained in English that the soda guy had walked by my table several times glancing at me and the cup and probably waiting for me to drink it. He said he'd finished his meal a while ago and just stayed to watch over me, but had to leave and reminded me to be careful. I hadn't even noticed the soda guy supposedly pacing by. I was too fixated on this other dude, who just happened to be the good guy watching over me. Who knows what was in that soda, and what would have happened should I have gotten really thirsty and drank some of it. Well, good evening. My camera isn't working at the moment. It is broken, and I'm truly sorry for that, so I hope my phone will suffice. Nevertheless, I have once again prepared some narrated stories for your enjoyment. So, without further ado, grab yourself a snack, sit back and relax, and hope that tonight will not be your last. Just a quick warning about today's content, which features mentions of self-harm. Now, this happened a few months back, and while some things still seem fresh, I have really tried hard to block others. I was on a Discord server. It was a very feminine server with mostly girls and a few guys who were mostly queer. That's where I met the predator of our story. He was asking for someone to make an art commission for him, and that he would pay in Robux. It was also a Roblox server. I volunteered since I was broke and thought, hey, my art is decent enough to sell. So we DM'd each other about it. I finished, and he pays me. We keep talking for a few months and now consider him a friend. I realize now, looking back on it, that he was grooming me. For a while we stopped talking, and then I DM'd him again asking if he wanted another art commission. He asked for a picture of me, and I sent one. He said I was beautiful and stunning. I don't really remember how it happened, but he ended up manipulating me into sending him inappropriate pictures of me for Robux. I cried myself to sleep that night. I was in a very vulnerable state at that time, being 14, and had lost someone I had been really close with. All the stuff he was doing took a toll on my mental health and other things. He kept asking for photos and videos of me doing bad things to myself and to the camera. It got to the point where I wanted to die. I tried to stop, and I told other people to spread the word about him on Discord. But there was a problem. He found out and threatened me, saying that if I told anyone, he would expose my photos and other things on his YouTube channel. I was scared and couldn't tell anyone. I felt trapped in a bubble of water with no way out. After a month, it had finally settled down and ended, or so I thought. My mom went through my phone and saw the things he said. I was victim shamed and told her I wanted to die. It was rough. A few months later, I ended up in a mental hospital for trying to hurt myself. It really helped me. I'm finally on the meds I need, and I'm slowly getting better. I blocked him and people who he was friends with on every social media my mom didn't delete. And that's the story for now. This happened back in 2019 until 2021, and it still sticks with me today. When I was 13, I met someone on Discord. He was funny, smart, and exactly my type. He was also 16. I didn't know my logic with that being okay at 13, but I was stupid and naive. And we became close friends. After about 3 months of knowing him, I told him I had feelings for him. We then ended up dating, Well, we lived across the country from each other and we were basically just friends, but whatever. So, as we were dating, he starts basically grooming me. As a kid who was always on the internet and was exposed to Kick, also, I was used to this behavior and thought it was fine. He had sent me nude photos, gross messages, and pretty much worshiped him. I wasn't allowed to talk to people on Discord without him there, and stuff like that. He told me he would hurt himself if I ever left, or how he was always on drugs because he was so sad. He was also incredibly racist and thought Nazi jokes were okay. I'm so mad at myself for not realizing that it wasn't okay back then. He ends up cheating on me with his ex and tossed me out of the door, doesn't talk to me anymore, and says we shouldn't talk anymore because we aren't together. Here's where it actually gets bad. New accounts pop up in the server we met on and start saying horrible things about me. Mary is a fat whale. Mary is rude, and more things of the sort. The accounts have names like Jerry Touches Kids or Big Fat Whale, etc. I had gotten in trouble with the server owners because it was my fault that people were saying these things. Like, I had told them to spam things about me or something. The accounts also start messaging me to hurt myself, die from how I'm a whale, and more. I ended up blocking every account and move on with my life. Great. It was over with, or so I thought it was. Fast forward to a year, to late summer of 2019. Everything starts up again. The messages, him telling people lies and rumors and direct threats. I was sent unsolicited adult content, death threats, slurs, and that I should hurt myself because no one cares. At that time, I had undiagnosed depression and anxiety, and I almost did hurt myself. I went to therapy and tried to get over it. In 2020, right when the quarantine happened, I got a boyfriend. I was super happy and came out of my shell. He and I would play games on Discord together, and I joined more servers. Around 2 months later, I got another message. Someone had messaged me named Lily, I believe. It was a normal profile, and we were in a server together, so I thought nothing of it. She then had messaged me how I was, and I had never talked to her before, so I was confused. She said we had a long conversation about mental health the day before, so she wanted to make sure I was alright. I asked who she was and what she was talking about, and she said something like, "Oh, you told me about this? You said you had medicine for schizophrenia and must have missed a dose. Are you off your meds?" I was extremely confused and scared because I had never talked to this person and certainly didn't have schizophrenia. After about 10 minutes of this charade, I realized it was Dennis. I blocked the account and didn't accept new friend requests. The next day, I got hundreds of messages with the same contents I previously mentioned. The threats, adult content, etc. I was so terrified. I asked my boyfriend for help. He told me to make a new account and not friend any of the other mutual friends so he couldn't find me. I did, which cost an affiliated Twitch account that I had spent years building. I changed all my accounts, deleted most, and made new ones. The messages found me again. I have no idea how. These new accounts weren't tied to me. I got fed up and had asked a mutual friend I thought I could trust some personal information about Dennis to go to the police and get a possible restraining order or something. I didn't totally know how the police handled these issues. Months go by and nothing. Until the fall of 2021, in which Dennis messages me and how he will always find me. how I'm so fat and dumb and how no one loves me. I isolated myself and deleted more accounts. I never was able to go to the police because I had no information like his name or address. It's been 2 years, and every day I worry if he lives near me, if he knows where I live or go to school. I recently found out he has a website and made YouTube videos. He has made YouTube videos referencing me. His copyright claim is something like Mary the Fat Whale Incorporated. I can't find it anymore, so I put the closest to what I remembered. It was hell, and I'm still worried each day that he will find me. I hope we don't meet again, Dennis. I wish you the worst. So, like a lot of people, I have a Discord account. It's got my first name on it and a picture of myself there. Mostly because I only used it to talk to real-life friends, so I didn't care about my face being there or anything. Well, recently I decided to try Minecraft for the first time in 4 years because my friends were talking about an upcoming update and they wanted us all to play it. So I figured I would hop on early and get familiar. I found a server and was playing on there for about 4 days before I got told that they give you in-game rewards for linking your Discord account to their server. So, blinded by shiny stuff, I joined their Discord server. It had about 400 online users, so I wasn't really worried about people seeing me at all, and I was pretty low down on the list alphabetically. As I got more used to the player base, I got more comfortable talking in the server via text chat. They have a side channel that's supposed to make selling in-game items a little easier, so I made a message saying I was buying something. About 4 hours later, some guy adds me with, "I will give you for free, handsome." I didn't really know what to say to this, so I just said, "Okay, thanks, no problem," his response. Shortly after this interaction, this person kept requesting to teleport to me in the game. And when I'd asked why, he'd say, "I just want to hang out with you," or it'd be some variation of that. He did this pretty much every time I was online, and he'd just follow me around my base for like an hour, asking me questions about random things, then he'd go away. I'm not usually the type of player to speak to people at all when I'm in a game or something. I just keep quiet and get on with my own stuff, so it was really uncomfortable having this guy doing this. After maybe 3 days of this behavior, he stopped calling me handsome and decided to kick it up a notch and called me sexy, in-game, via personal messages. I politely asked him if he'd just stop calling me things like that, and he didn't respond back. 2 hours later, he messages me asking how old I am. I hesitantly reply 21. No response again. I decided to get off for the night, because I was tired. I boot up my PC 2 days later and open Discord to see someone has DM'd me on there, and it's this guy again. He said hello and asked me to call him next time I'm online. I didn't. I just ignored his message, then closed the conversation. By this point, the guy was really freaking me out. I had really bad anxiety problems when it comes to people giving me attention, so I decided to just turn off my computer and watch some YouTube on my phone. The next day, I opened Discord because a friend wanted me to watch him play Hearthstone again and give him advice. We do that for about an hour, then he gets off. About 40 minutes later, the guy who was being weird to me tried to call me, and I had a complete brain fart and thought it was my friend calling, so I accepted it. I realized my mistake almost immediately, so I mute my mic. The guy is eating some potato chips from the sound of it, and after about 4 seconds of loud eating, he says, "Aw, don't mute. I'm curious to hear you speak." Then lets out a small giggle. The guy was German and had a very weird and creepy tone of voice. It was all high and quivery. He starts to talk about how attractive he thinks I am. By the way, I should have stressed this earlier. I really am not overly attractive like this guy was making out. I'm just a normal looking dude. And then he talks about how I haven't been on in a few days. Then he puts a picture in the chat and says, "What do you think about that?" And it's a picture of his thing. I immediately ended the call and closed Discord and was just freaking out. About 5 days go by and I finally get back on the Minecraft server, and as soon as I get on, this guy messages me. So I tab out and get the thought to open Discord and block this weirdo for good. When I open up the conversation, there's 8 unread messages from him, and 5 of them were "thinking of you." I just quickly block him and then quit Discord. I alt-tab back in game, and luckily enough there's a /ignore command, which is basically the same as blocking him, so I do that as well. This was just so weird and crazy, and it's my first time experiencing something like this, ever. Even though it happened just under 2 weeks ago, I only fully got over it a few days ago. Like I said earlier, I get horrible anxiety when I get a lot of attention like that. What made it worse is that I was on an account that had my face on it and my first name, and the fact that I've never been in a situation where I've gotten attention from the same gender like that before. At the time, I just didn't know what to do because I was so anxious, but thinking back, I should have just blocked him immediately after he was making me uncomfortable. Because of this, I've enabled the setting on Discord where it doesn't automatically show images. I also messaged one of the admins of the Minecraft server telling them what happened, and they said they will take action. What's worse is that the guy is actually a regular member of the server with a high rank, so it makes me wonder if I'm the only victim this weirdo has harassed like this. He could have done this before to a much younger people. Learn from my mistakes, people. This is the type of stuff you read about but don't think it's serious, but trust me, when it actually happens to you, it's entirely different. So I'm part of an online group on Discord. We're all from the same country, but most of us are from different cities. Only 2 other people are from the same city as me. Everything was going fine between us until suddenly there was a series of unfortunate incidents where I had minor fallouts with them. I went through personal frustrations and I unknowingly projected them onto people on the server. These fallouts continued over April and May until one day I left the group in a frenzy. Afterward, the night before June began, one of the people, let's call him P1, texted me asking if I knew certain people from my high school. I told him I did. I asked him how he knew them, and he revealed to me that he knew a lot of people from there. Suddenly, the conversation took a dark turn. P1 started talking to me in a sinister tone, telling me he had some of my personal information, what college I went to, my route to college, who I hung out with both in my high school and college, and he even claimed to have some of the photos from my personal Instagram. When I asked him how he had all that information, he claimed 2 things. One is that he tailed my car, and 2, he kept repeating the phrase, "The people at your college aren't bad at providing information." At that point, I was scared to death. He told me if I didn't return to the group and if I didn't apologize to a specific person, let's call her P2, the girl he threatened me over. He told me he'd first dox me and then wait outside my college to kidnap and kill me. After the conversation ended, I rejoined the Discord group out of fear and then went to bed. The next couple of days were rough. The fear of what P1 would do to me gripped me tightly. I lost my energy and motivation, the ability to engage in my usual day-to-day interests, and I even lost my appetite for food. One bite of food felt like I ate 10 whole meals in one sitting. My family and friends both noticed that something was wrong with me. I was shaking constantly, my heart was racing all the time, and it felt like my life was stopped dead in its tracks. I was too scared to even tell other people about what was going on, fearing for your safety as a fate I wouldn't even wish on my worst enemy. Normally, death threats like these wouldn't scare me, but what made the situation different were the following points. P1 lived in the same city as me, and relatively close to my neighborhood. Before this incident and my fallouts, he'd often tell us stories about how he got into major gang fights and dangerous situations. I had never received serious death threats before. I've pretty much been safe my whole life since this was my first time facing such a situation. It seriously traumatized me. A couple of days later, I contacted P1 again and begged him to stop dictating me like that. Finally, he revealed to me his reason for scaring me. He told me he wanted to humble me, so I stopped being so moody in the group and rejoined. He said he wasn't dictating me anymore, but still wanted me to remember the conditions he put on me, as a request this time, and not a threat. The situation was technically over after that. I did talk to other people from the group, including P2, about what P1 did to me, and they all responded the same way. They assured me that P1's threats seemingly most empty, and that everything was okay. None of them approved of what P1 had done, but I also told them not to talk to him about it out of fear for my safety. This whole ordeal left me shocked. Even though P1 told me he wasn't dictating me anymore, the effects of the whole situation took a toll on me. It's been a month and a half since this happened, but it still hasn't left me. My image of the group has been tainted. Every time I come across the Discord server and see P1 and others, my heart suddenly fills with dread. I've been thinking about leaving the group one day, but right now I feel stuck. Normally people would tell you to cut abusive friends off, but I find that difficult because he's part of the same group and everyone else in the group has been incredibly kind and supportive of me. My mind keeps telling me that cutting P1 off means cutting everyone else off. Secondly, yes, I do have the option of just cutting off from my private socials, but I'm scared that he might threaten me again, even though he never implied he was going to force me to stay friends with him. So, this is my present situation. I'm stuck in a friend group that I don't want to be a part of anymore because of one of the people in that group thought it was a good idea to humble me by traumatizing me with threats. I've been experiencing traumatic reactions for a month and a half, where I have episodes of racing heart rates and an inability to eat, sleep, and engage in activities. I know that leaving the group is the best thing for me, but I'm too scared of what's going to happen to me if I do so. I even went to a psychiatrist about this, and he diagnosed me with PTSD. Right now I feel like garbage. I've been thinking about how peaceful life would have been had I not made the mistake of joining their Discord server all those months ago. My incident with P1 has made me realize just how evil some people can be. I want to avoid him, but because of my paranoia, I sometimes force myself to engage with the group normally. I don't ever want to meet P1 or interact with him in any way. I want to cut him off and forget about him completely, but I don't see any way out as of right now. It feels like I was slowly lured into a cage and immediately imprisoned the moment I settled in. I know very well that leaving the group is the right option for me right now because if I don't, my mental health will continue to decline. But I need help in achieving that goal. I once met up with an old friend of mine, a friend I had known for a few years prior to the meetup in November 2017. I had actually met this person on a dating site. However, as time went on, the relationship between us became strictly platonic. There were no red flags. My gut did not warn me, so I completely trusted this person. We met up in town behind a bus station on a grassy hill surrounded by trees and a tall wall. Our meeting was just to have a smoke, get a little high, and to have a small catch-up. The meetup was fine. I had actually started smoking weed a few months before, so I was still relatively new to it. He hadn't brought something new for me to try, purple haze. I wasn't at all anxious about trying it, as I completely trusted this person and would never believe he would lie to me. He had packed a full blunt for me, but I only managed to smoke a quarter of it. We spoke during this time about work, our previous relationships, and random stuff. About half an hour later, I started to feel extremely lightheaded and anxious. I suddenly had this strange feeling where I did not feel comfortable at all, and I really wanted to go home. When I asked him if I could go home, he offered to take me home. But I said, no, it's okay. He offered again. I shook my head and said, no thank you, I can take myself home. When I started to walk away, I felt like I was walking on a cloud. My head became dizzy and my eyesight was a little blurry. I had never felt like this before, and in time I started to panic. When we made our way down the hill toward the bus station, I was relieved, as there was a lot of people around, so if anything happened, someone would step in. I became extremely terrified of him. I had this horrible feeling in my gut that he told me to get away from him, and when I got to the bus station, I told him I would call my taxi here and go home. His tone was no longer nice, but very stern. I'm gonna take you home now. And he began to pull at my jacket. I told him no, and that I was going home on my own. He pulled my jacket harder and I fell against him. He pulled me into him and told me I didn't need to be scared of him. But I was so terrified. At this point, I started to feel very paranoid and I couldn't see properly. I pushed him away from me and rubbed my eyes and called for a taxi. He tried to pull my phone from me and yelled in my face, "Do you ever listen? I'm taking you home." I noticed a few people had stopped and asked if I was okay. All I remember was that I wanted to go home. So a lady kindly called a taxi for me and waited with me, made sure I was okay, and helped me into the taxi. During the time when I waited for the taxi, he kept trying to get me to come to his car with him. But the lady that looked after me told him to go home and that she was going to take me home instead. So he left. When I got home, I gave the taxi driver money and told him to keep the change. I didn't want to wait around. I just wanted to get into my bed because at that time it was the only place I would feel and be safe from harm. That evening, I laid in my bed for 5 hours straight, staring at the ceiling. I don't remember if I thought about anything or if my mom came in at any time. I just remember lying in bed, doing nothing until the paranoia and the sickly feeling began to wear off. I remember looking at my phone and seeing that I had 32 missed calls from him, 10 voicemails, and 50 plus messages. The messages were weird. He had sent around 20 messages just asking where I was and when I got home. And in one of the voicemails, he had told me how he had the fantasy of taking me home whilst drugged up and tying me up. He wanted to blindfold me, and he wanted me to submit myself to him. I freaked out and blocked him on all social media, Instagram, Snapchat, Discord, and I blocked his number. Before the blocking, I told him if he ever contacted me again that I would call the police. I heard nothing from him for a month until I received a text from an unknown number asking me how I was. I hadn't given my number to anyone, so I ignored it. I then received another message a few minutes later saying they missed me and that they would see me soon. I asked who they were. No reply. Nothing. Okay, so I am a Roblox player still, despite my age. But basically, I have Discord and I sometimes add people online. So one day, I was playing this game on Roblox and this was about a month ago, so I think it was a breaking point. And this guy was being really nice and he would always let me win in 1v1, and so when he friended me it was an easy yes. Mistakes were made. He then asked me to join his Roblox place because he's wanting somebody to try it. It seemed like a Roblox game I could have whipped up in 2 minutes at age 10. After playing about 5 minutes, he asked if I have Discord. I reply with yes. He then asked for it, and I told him how my Discord name is in a different font and how I would have to add him. So he gave me his tag, and I added him. He added me back within seconds. I then told him I had to sleep because it was late. The next morning, I wake up to 10 new messages about how he doesn't want to play Roblox, he just wants to talk. Keep in mind, he sent these messages at 8 in the morning and it was now 10. I said, okay, what about? And he instantly responded, anything. That was a red flag. We talked about life and Roblox, and eventually he asked what state I live in, and so eventually after he asked like 1,000,000 times begging I say, I finally caved and told him which state I lived in, and he replied with, no way, I live there too. He then asked if we could meet up. Apparently he lived close, and when he asked what part of the place I lived, I simply said, sorry, I can't say that. He then asked if we can meet up sometime, and I kept saying no. The next day, 20 new messages. So I hopped on Discord and decided to see what they were. Apparently he had found this video on my YouTube channel and I had made with a friend, and he kept talking about how I was so good looking. But he was going on and on about how bad he wanted to meet, and so he kept asking me to call him. So out of curiosity I answered and muted my mic. He kept saying how he wished I would unmute so he could hear my voice again. And so I did not, but I did notice something. He didn't sound young. He sounded old. I eventually turned on my mic and asked in a deep voice, how old are you? He stuttered a bit and said, 14, sorry, I get mixed up a lot. I now knew he was older, and I said to him, don't message or call me anymore. You are not who you claim to be. Leave me alone. He got pissed and said how he was gonna find me and stuff. Little did he know I'm a tech boy and have a crap ton of VPN block and antivirus software, so I said, good luck. I then blocked him on Discord and deleted all that, and unfriended him on Roblox. So this happened in 2020 and I was 11 at the time. And this guy, let's call him Ali, slides into my DMs. I ignore him for a while, but then I get curious, so I reply with just a hi. The message has been pending for months now. He immediately replies asking me my name, location, and gender. I was being dumb, so I told everything true except my age. I said I'm 16. He was 19. That same night, he started excessively telling me how he wanted to make love to me, in detail, and marry me, telling me he wanted kids with me. Keep in mind, we've been talking for approximately an hour or two. Then the harassment. He wanted to see bad pictures of me. Kept saying that he wanted to see me and didn't stop until I sent something. I just sent a random pic on Google. But this was also the first time this happened to me, and he just kept going. Over that past month or so, he kept sending, wanting more, but I always declined, and he still talked about what he wanted to do to me. He got angry, threatening me, telling me to look out, that he'd take the next flight to me. I then got scared and told him I was actually 12 to try and make it stop. Surprise, it didn't. And then he sent the text, "Are you scared?" in my native language, and I dead ass shit myself. I didn't know where he was. I didn't trust the location he sent me. I blocked him. I unblocked him a year later, and he sent another message telling me to look out because he was in my country. He was drunk. I could see it on how he typed. He told me he was with girls that were prettier than me. Well, I hope they were also older than 13. But he scared me again. I blocked him again. I later found out after I blocked him for the first time, he moved on over to a new girl in a town over. My best friend and I grew up in a sleepy, wannabe New Jersey, Central Florida town, and we were the outcasts. We had met in 6th grade, and I overheard her talking to another classmate about Bionicles, my 11-year-old self's passion. We became fast friends and soon were inseparable. Soon began the gauntlet of sleepovers, birthday parties, and family gatherings. But we were practically siblings. She was the first person I'd come out to as bisexual, and in turn I was the first person she'd told about being trans. Her home life was tumultuous, though. I can't say mine was any better. We often had a habit of taking refuge at each other's houses. Like I said, we became like siblings. Her father was an alcoholic, strict, and prone to physical discipline. Her sister was a stuck-up girl who soon gravitated toward the hicks and jocks when we entered high school. And her mother was a pseudo-vegan hippie love child held over by the 80s. When I was 23, herself 22 at the time, we had another long night of sleeping over in order to get her escape, yet another fight with her mother. She had recently lost her job at Walmart, and I was going in my first shift at Taco Bell the next day. On the drive home the next morning, she excitedly told me that she had now had her own vehicle. She would be applying at pizza places that were in need of a driver. I was proud. It was the first time she'd hunted for her job on her own, as I'd usually been the one to coax her to apply where I was working. Not that she ever lasted very long. My first training day goes by quite well. My coworkers are friendly and try to get me to talk more. My manager likes to playfully embarrass me by trying to get me to talk hood to the other workers. Being a training day, it wasn't a very long shift, but I had been up early in anticipation, and this was my first day on a job in a few months. I got home around noon, informed some of my internet friends that my first day went well, and around 5, preparing to lay in my bed, I got a Steam message. Her laminating another fight with her mother and asking if she could come over. Now, I had started to grow a bit weary of the fights on their end. I had began to repair my relationship with my family and a few friends, and I had given her advice many times on how to better approach things. In my wisdom and eagerness to sleep, I left the message unread and drifted off into slumber. Around 8 p.m., I am awakened by her bursting into my room in a panic. Having just been ripped from a dream, I am groggy and disoriented. I drag myself to the bathroom to relieve my bladder and come back to my room to find her rocking back and forth on my bed. It is at this time I notice she is covered in blood, so I ask what happened. She informs me that she just saw someone murder her mother with a knife. My mind goes blank. In the deepest parts of my mind, alarm bells start ringing. Isn't the rocking back and forth a bit overdramatic? Why didn't she call the police? But this is my best friend. I've known her for over a decade, and we were the only two people in the world we could count on. I suppress it all and go to inform my sister and stepfather. My mother had passed the year prior, and it was roughly a month to the anniversary of her death. We were all in a dark place, antisocial as always. It was the only way we knew how to handle emotional issues. When I inform my family, they immediately go to the same place as I had, though they are far more vocal about it. I offer excuses I knew myself were flimsy and return to the room, phone in hand. I convinced her to call the police, and I can hear her explain the details over the phone. A man in a black ski mask. When the cops arrive, she swears up and down that it's most likely her father. They send cars over to check the crime scene and take her in for a statement. I ride with her in the back of the cop car over to the sheriff's office. It gets to be around 2 a.m. Her sister was brought in, as was her father. I have to work the next morning and request to be taken home by a police officer. It takes me a while to go to sleep that morning. The next day at work I'm quiet, until my manager asks me what has happened. I inform him but decide to work the rest of my training shift. When I get home, my sister informed me she had confessed. Her mother threatened to kick her out for not being able to find a job, and in a rage she had taken a kitchen knife and stabbed her repeatedly. My mind froze like a bad computer, and I turned to face my monitor. I was in a Discord call at the time, and all I could weakly say is, my best friend confessed to murdering her mother, before hanging up and laying on my bed. Her last trial was the 7th of this month. I don't know the results, though. My grandmother tells me she took a plea deal for life in prison rather than the death penalty. Part of me wants to contest that, to demand that they take the death penalty for ridding the earth of such a peaceful and caring woman's shadow. A larger part of me is just glad she's being punished.